Alright. We're on Discord. No, we're not. We're not on Discord yet. Where's the music? Oh, it's just really quiet. Alright. Let me join Discord. Alright, sorry guys, I was trying to check something. Should be good to go. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up, King Carnage, Unstoppable Devil, Mel, Jeff, Green, React, Alexis, Wheats, SF, Prop Street, Maddie. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Aloha. If you haven't looked already, so there's like 3 main channels you should be checking, honestly, each and every day. Weekly watch list has good info just from the beginning of the week, kind of set before the week starts. Daily updates channel is posted every single day pretty much by Eric, so a lot of good info from him. And then levels, I would check this channel out. This has Tesla, IWM, and Spy. Last night I posted pretty much all of them, I think. Yeah, Spy, IWM, and then the zones, kind of reflecting on the zones, because the other day I posted every zone between 500 and 520. Here it is. And then of course the very next day we test just above 500. So we pretty much did everything on this chart that could be done. So I reposted another one that looks a little bit more confusing because it has all the original zones plus more to the downside, just because we moved so much in one day from here all the way to here. I was like, well damn, I gotta get some under this, so I reposted the ones with everything, so everything should be there. But yeah, I would check those 3 channels at the very least. If you have access to premium Bueller Leland TA channel, Leland went in there yesterday and posted a lot about SPX and Meta, so if you want to go review those 2, you can. A lot of really awesome game plans going on in the trade floor as well. If you're not a member of the community and you're just for free in the Discord, there's a lot of people planning openly in the trade floors. If you want to go check that out, be my guest. I see a lot of people posting. Good morning, Susan. Good morning, Cam, James, Docta, Kid83. Good morning, VC. Good morning, Maddie. Good morning, everybody. Excuse me. Good morning, Drake. Good morning, you. Good morning, everybody. Random, but do you still drop links for levels to TOS? I haven't been dropping the links because I genuinely didn't know if anybody was using them. I'll be honest. I haven't had a single person comment on me not sending them out, so I just figured nobody used them. So I just kept focusing on just the levels itself instead of sending the links as well. But if you want the links, I can send them out. I really didn't know if anybody was using them. I had like 3 people keep complaining on how they couldn't open them. So I was like, alright, I'll just quit sending them then. And then nobody said anything. So I was like, alright, I guess nobody was messing with it. But if you do want them, React, I can send them. Lately I post charts so much that I was like, what's the point of posting the link? Like, I'm already sending another update. Oh, if you want me to, I can. Plus, that was like what Green just said. Like, I really was trying to push more towards like everyone doing it on their own. And I know you guys can. I'm not saying React is sitting here asking to be lazy. He's not asking that. He's just asking because it's a lot easier for him since he's getting back to Thinkorswim. Jesus Christ, my dog just scared me. Dude, you can't do that. I like links when they work, yeah. Sometimes you just have to manually enter the link and open shared item. I've trust me, bro. I've tried sharing them that, because that's the fix. Sometimes when you go put the link in, it doesn't work. But you have to do what Maddie Clams just said. You have to go in there manually, enter the link on the open shared item button. No, I'll react. I can send him back out because that can be annoying. At least for spy here. Let me just give you this. So share. I'll just put it on trade floor. Good morning, Anders81. Good morning, Drake, JC. Stocks are stilly, and you. Good morning. I see y'all in the Discord. Oh, you're wheats as well. Okay. That makes more sense. Damn, how do you have 2 good aliases and there's people in here who can't even get one? Boom. Good morning, V. Good morning, Learn. Good morning, everybody who's tuning into the Discord stream as well. Starbucks new pre-market low, $75. Whew. What is up, Misi? Good to see you. And yeah, guys, market's open in about 30 seconds. News, levels, game plans have all been posted. Also, look how we're rejecting previous day close already. I'm not saying watch out for a dump, but it's just, it gives you that feeling of, okay, wait, this will probably come down first. Because we're rejecting as a lower high in pre-market and rejecting previous day close. I'll turn my fan down today. Got the name figured out. Who is this? Who's Cheeky Buns? Premiums are high. oh, this is a great time to talk about that. VC, thank you. So premiums are high. He's saying premiums are high because the cost of contracts are a little bit higher than usual right now. And that's to be expected because of what, guys? What's going to cause everything to cost more today? I'll let y'all guess before I say it. What's going to make things cost more today? Oh my god, Daffy's SPXS play. Do y'all remember that yesterday? He called out a very, very cheap play on SPXS, a $10 call, which is basically a bearish bet. And it went 188%. Jesus. That was like the first big thing he was like posting in chat again. That is crazy. Yes, from volatility, from the uncertainty, from the news. Exactly. All of these are correct. That is why this will cost more. So don't be surprised Just be more aware. But good job, guys. Y'all all answered that correctly. How's Tesla today? I feel like that's a good one to check just because it's been moving so much. Curled up at like 178. Damn! Drake, aka Wheats, bro, what is going on? Bro, the market opens and the first two posts in chat are just the craziest things ever. Who are you people? I'll leave extended hours on, guys, for like 10-20 minutes, and then we'll turn it off. So at least mark off your pre-market low. If you look, your pre-market high is actually... Oh, it is actually up here. Never mind. It's about 502.10, but you don't really have to mark it if you don't want to, because you should already have previous day close. And that's pretty close. So if you want to be tedious about it, go ahead and add it. If you don't care, don't add it. You should already have a level there. So right off the rip, we're kind of looking for a move over 502 and under 500.90s. These are the first two areas we're looking for a move, either up or down. Right here, though, do not touch anything. I saw that, Tobias. I'm not going to lie. I got on X or Twitter, whatever people call it now. I got on there for maybe 5 seconds this morning. To tweet out my stream link, but before that I got in there for maybe 5 seconds and I was just looking on my phone, and the first post I see is by you, and I see you posted your TLT chart, which is the 20-year bonds, and I saw you were posting, was it the daily or the weekly? It might have been the weekly. Either way, I saw you posting a nice downtrend chart and then talking about how it's at a really good spot where it can get bought back up. I saw though on the weekly it has an inside bar after having an outside bar, so outside bar, inside bar, which is just a lot of indecision piling right here, which is a good thing for buyers short term. But I actually kind of like your position. He's like, damn right you like my position. Alright. It's waiting for Pal tonight. Oh yeah, we got Pal. He says tonight, by the way, guys, because he's in Europe, so don't think that Pal is speaking again. He's speaking today, but not tonight. It's afternoon for us. Now you're good, Tobias. I like what you were looking at. Yeah, send it in trade floor or post charts and I'll just show it. I'll pull it up. Yo, good morning, Hot Hands. Is there a story behind Hot Hands, the name? Like, do you actually play receiver somewhere? There's another person in this chat that plays receiver. I can't remember his name. Oh, your working station. Good morning, Garden Trader. Good morning, Jabroni. Good morning, anybody else I might have seen join the Discord voice chat and I didn't say your name. Good morning. Damn, Tobias, I need to come work with you. D3 football? Damn, okay. We got a badass amongst us. If you gotta ask, you can't afford it. He said, Tobias said, did you see that picture? SMR. My bad, Deuce. My bad. My bad. I just saw what you said. I can't remember everybody's names, man. But I had your profile pic in my head when I was thinking of somebody who can catch the ball, I promise you. It was your profile pic. SMR paid for it. That's funny. Yeah, I need to come hang out with Tobias more. What the hell? Alright, guys, did we get a rejection at 502, or are we about to pump over 502? And by pump, I don't mean pump. I mean just work towards 504s. That could be the slowest uptrend of your life. Good rejection here can bring a push back towards today's open, which again, guys, we're kind of watching a whole area, not just today's open. We really are looking at a combination of previous day close and then 500.94, which, if you must know, it is a zone of a higher low from, what is this day, 425? So, last Thursday. And today is officially May 1st, so welcome to the month of May, everybody. Hopefully May treats you better than every other month combined. And welcome everybody on the YouTube stream. Glad to have you. Be sure to drop a like on the stream if you are here. No problems yet on the frame thing, so that should be fine. And if you are looking for what time all the news is, please check the daily updates channel. There is a lot happening today. With PMI numbers, JOLTS, ISM, got crude oil, got the FOM decision, got the interest rate. And then we have Daddy Pal talking after. So what do y'all want to do today? Should we stream all the way to like lunch and then chill and then come back after lunch and stream for all of the FOMC and Pal talking and stuff? And then also, should I stream Pal talking, or do y'all just want to watch the chart and then I'll have like Pal's audio up in the background or something? It's really up to y'all. I'll do either or. Lunch, Marbles, Pal. This dude here. I'll show you on stream, man. I'll show you. Marbles does not work for me. Member of this awesome community for a year and 3 days today. Damn, Alexis. Round of applause, man. A year is a long time. Now, it's not really in the grand scheme of things, but, I mean, to be around the same group of people every week for a year, that's pretty crazy. Background audio? All right, we can do that. Yeah, I think I'm going to try the background audio route this time. I personally hate pulling up that stream. I know what we all know what Jerome Powell looks like. We don't need to sit here and stare at him. We can just turn on his audio. Alright, that's what we'll do then. We'll plan to stream till like lunch. So I'll go to like 11:30. And then my time, that's Central Standard Time. And then we'll chill for like an hour. And then we'll come back and we'll stream some more. And we'll do... I'll make sure I have the link to Powell, and I'll have the audio link ready to go. That is crazy, though, Alexis. I'm still thinking about that. A year is a long time. Thanks for being here for so long. That's a crazy amount of time to be dedicated somewhere. Glad to have you, and hope to many more years. What time is Powell? Deuce is messing with me. I'm not answering that. He's messing with me. No, I'm kidding. He is, let me recheck the daily updates channel. He is at 2:30. Oh. Thank you, Eric. My bad, guys. I keep forgetting to read that damn Stock Talk channel. We are getting a pullback. Let me go to the 1 minute. I really can't see what's going on. I'm just going to turn this off now. Personally, that's why I turned that off, because it's too much. It's a lot to look at. Alright, so we've already lost today's open. That was quick. Are we getting a bearish retest? We have to see it as that, because not only do we have a lower open, we're also under today's open, but we did not get a break of the support here, so that's really what's the only thing keeping us from falling more. Let me zoom this out a little bit so we can see what's under. That's pre-market low at 499.50. We got another zone down there. Alright, so I'm just going to leave it like this. Also, I'll come back to this, but go to the default chart as well. Really need to get in a better habit of you guys clicking on this more and just looking at it for a second. It's okay to not stare at it all the time, but really need to tack down looking at it at the beginning of the day, maybe once during lunch, and then maybe one more time towards the end of the day, just so you get a good view of, like, you know, in the morning, the middle of the day, and the end of the day, you get a good kind of like time concept on it. I don't know how to explain that better, but it's just good to track it, and then you can have a better feeling on what you think the chart's going to do. So right now, it's like, no shit, it's clearly bearish. We have a fib from our latest dip, and we rejected the golden pocket. We've exited the control point with a bearish candlestick pattern. Not only is it a big ass red candle, but it's an evening star. 2, we have news today, and in the greatest time, we're sitting in the next zone below. So it's like the perfect thing for them to have room to stretch their legs up and down, but at the same time keep us in a excuse me, keep us in a part of the chart where a decision is still needed to be made for directional movement. So I could see us bouncing between 500 and, or whatever this is, 499.30 and 503.50 all day today, which is still a good range. It's not like that's not enough for us to stretch our legs. So I'm kind of keeping that one in mind. What is light work? Oh, that's just the fib. And then here's the zones, if anybody was just wanting to see it for a second. These are what we're dealing with today. The intention was to get every zone between 500 and 520, and then we fell in like one day, so instantly had to update that. But you can see, though, we're dealing with a higher low. Let me just go back to the other chart, so we have everything. 1 minute is rejecting 500.20. That's a little scary. Market about to come down. Let's go. The FedEx swing is up too. I didn't even check yet. FedEx swing 35%. Not crazy gains, but 35% is alright for an overnight swing into a FOMC day. Let's be honest. Wow, that is a hard chart to look at. If Leland saw these fibs, he would be so proud of me. Alright, zooming back in on SPY, sorry. I know a lot of you are probably looking at this. And yes, we do have levels for SPX. I just don't show them off as much because I really am more concerned with SPY. Even when I trade SPX, I still look at SPY. And yes, there is a slight difference to the charts. They do move a little bit different. Sometimes they're not in the exact same spot, so it does mess with it a little bit, but I'm just so addicted to the SPY chart. Because SPY really is a big pie. Like, it's the perfect name for this chart. PY in it, pie. It's a really big pie. Because it really is just a mixture of these weights. And these weights, or these big slices of pie, have ingredients in them. What are those ingredients? The individual equities, the weights, the individual stocks. Apple, Microsoft for XLK. Amazon, Tesla, all that good stuff for Y. Healthcare, you got the healthcare stocks. Banks for the F. Communication stocks for the C. I mean, it's just nice to see there's like a science to things. It's not just random. So whenever you're like, why is SPY pumping up so much? Or how come the tech chart's flying but nothing's moving? And then you go look at the other sectors and you're like, oh, that's why. Like, it's nice to know that there is something that makes you not feel so crazy. It's nice to know there is a system to things. Alright, so we did make it low for a small amount of time there and instantly wicking back up. That'd be funny if they gave you a 90% entry to the upside. Above 502, that'd be wild. But right now, they did dip below 500.94. They're kind of wicking it right now, so just kind of waiting. Also, I really don't recommend trading a crazy amount today before the news. That just isn't ideal. Thank you, Cheeky Buns. Reading everybody's comments still. Damn, React. It'll be 6 days until you've been here for a year.
I swear, every day I have to do actual work for my job. We have nice trend day. Bro, you're not lying. It definitely feels like we'll be easily more prepared on days where it's not going to do as much, or it's not as exciting. Definitely feels like that sometimes. Caught a nice 25% on Poots, saving the rest of my capital for after FOMC. I'll be back. See you later, King Carnage. Good job. And yes, good night to Tobias. If he's going to sleep. I didn't see that. Good post by Wheatsbro. Nvidia had a nice wick bounce off of the pre-market low in the 5-minute. I need to check Tesla again, actually. Still getting some wicking under the previous day lows on Tesla. Keep that in mind. Good popover could be a good sign for buyers. I love the Tesla chart right now. The levels are spaced out. It's really clean. It's really easy to look at. Excuse me. And yo, Sandollar. Speaking of achievements, he dropped a member for 12 months, and that's just as a YouTube member. That's not as a member in general. That's just for YouTube. So he's been here for way more than that. But yes, Sandollar, thank you for that, man. Seriously, 12 months on the YouTube channel is a little wild. Because you got to be pretty close to whoever has the most time on here. I think it's got to be Jack or whoever that other person was, because there are only a couple people with more time than that. We are getting a fair share of the orange stars or whatever color that is now, so we have a lot of people on here now with a lot of time. Oh, you're not going to sleep? Okay. What's up, Shaq? What's up, Daily Latte? Anyone else I might have missed? Sorry. Good to see you, though. Oh, Witted. Good to see you. I knew I saw a name I haven't seen. And there's the lows made on SPY. Do we get a hold of this low? Question mark, question mark, question mark. And just for some small notes on any pre-market movers, you had SMCI down 8.4%. You had AMD down 5%. Amazon was up 3.9%. Starbucks was down almost 13%. Pinterest was up almost 16%. Pfizer up 2.5%. POWL up 27%. CVS down 13%. MAR, not Mara, MAR, down 1.7%, EL down 4.2%, Yum down 4.9%, and KHC down 4.2%. A lot of these are earnings related, so and if not earnings related, it is a upgrade relatable or downgrade, depending on where it went. I do notice a lot of semiconductor names in here, though. Now, I noticed AMD yesterday, but I don't think I noticed the SMCI drop. I was more concerned with AMD, and then I was looking at Nvidia yesterday as a post. I wasn't going to swing anything because it's still way too early on this, but I just posted this straight up yesterday like this. I didn't even put any words on it. But I just liked the positioning of how this was a bearish candle exiting a supply, which is a seller-controlled area. So I just like that by itself, and then you combine that with AMD having earnings. It just felt like this was going to drop, but we weren't willing to risk on that because we're not going to sit here and gamble on earnings. But it's still good to review about things you've planned. I don't want to just see you guys cover things that you made money on or lost money on. There's going to be many things that you kind of plan in your head but don't go over with or take a real trade on. Please review those as well. Those preemptive thoughts, those preemptive plans, those plans you didn't actually put to work, they're still important. So please review those as well. And we are really struggling with breaking this support, as we rest just slightly above 500. 501, 500. And big rollout, 13 months. That is crazy. Can never forget the SpongeBob profile pic. What is going on in YouTube chat? We got Tobias ordering beer. Full says it's 7:50 a.m. and I already went to drink and sleep. Oh, as I say, where's that support at? It starts breaking it. So let's see if we actually get an extended pullback from this. So we have no 5-minute candle closes under on this, so we don't really have anything telling us it is going to dump. The 1 minute has plenty of candles closing lower. Just nothing really getting a push away, you know? Wicking, first close, green candle, wicking, very indecisive, very indecisive, very indecisive, another green candle. So it's just very indecisive right here. They're not making it easy or obvious. Damn, Shaq, showing off 13 months on YouTube as well. You guys are crazy. How did I lock y'all in here for 13 months? Congratulations, man. Killing it. SPX, $9.99. Let's flip this back. A little bit of a curl up on SPX. We'll see if that continues. I am only on the 1 minute looking at that, so take that with a grain. IWM. Everything just looking kind of ugly at the morning. We just need to get some more info. We need to be a little bit patient. Just need to see some charts settle. And I have a pretty cool question to ask. How many of you guys, or actually, you got to tell me, I guess, but how quick would you say you take your first trade? Would you say on average, and spitball, because it's not going to be super accurate, but give me a guesstimate. How quickly do you take your first trade? Do you take your first trade within 30 minutes on average? Do you take it within an hour? Do you take it within the first 2 hours? What's your consensus? Are you a hothead? You just lose your stuff within the first 10 minutes of the day? What's y'all's first average trade, would you say? How quickly into the market? Are you taking 3 hours to take your first trade on average? Are you taking 10 minutes? As soon as the ding hits, are you in trades, you know? What are we dealing with here? I want to keep my eyes on Moderna as well, Alexis, if you're in here listening. I saw from that support that we recharted together, that hammer that came up, I really just kind of ignored this because I saw earnings was coming, and I still am ignoring it because of earnings. But I do notice that we're still in that range, so this has been really good for anytime we see buyer candles after a couple days appear here. This has been really good, and then the same thing to seller candles on this side, and it's just been doing that for weeks now. So I think we just need to keep watching that, keep looking for bounce plays, and then when this finally does exit, let's look for an actual retest. But I'm gonna be really happy when this finally breaks. Either direction, I don't care, up or down. It's gonna be a good move. Visa and MasterCard we're gonna be missing out on, but these were two drops that I've been looking for the past couple weeks. Thanks earnings. But these are just charts that have been setting up really good grind down moves, really good shooting stars, really good evening, whatever you want to call them, just really good wicking on tops of candles at resistance. That's what I like to look for, and both of those did really well. Like I said, you need to review plays that you went over, not just entered. And it looks like SPY is falling a little bit lower while I'm ranting a little bit. That's why I'm saying spitball, guys. Of course, every day is going to be different. You're probably the only stream with high retention. The users of other streams blow up too fast. Good. I don't want a lot of people in here. I personally can't take it. I think it's because I give too much of a shit. Like, I actually do talk to people in my chat. Like, I can't remember 300 people. I just can't. It's impossible. I'm pretty good about the people that are in here now, but you guys hear it now. You know, I even forget small stuff here and there about some people in here. So it's just like, we have a really good amount of people. We don't need any more. I don't care about blowing up like that. Would it be cool to have 1,000 people in here? Yeah, but at the same time, there's consequences with that. Way too many people. I'm not gonna be able to focus on anybody. The information's gonna be diluted a little bit because there's just so many people taking it in. I just can't. I don't want that. I like the people we have here now. There's a lot of really awesome, because like, if you look in our chat right now, and I'm kind of bouncing subject to subject right now, but if you look in our chat right now, there's not just kids in there. Like, there's grown-ass adults in there. There's people who are retired in our chat. There's people who are close to retiring in our chat. You know, so we really do have like all age groups. There's people from all around the world in our chat. So we have people from all around the world and all age groups. It's just a cool, unique experience. So it's just, I don't know. I really don't want like 1,000 people joining our chat. I'm cool with the people we have in here now. Everybody leads each other in an effective way, somewhat. And it's just gonna get better too, because like months ago, it was just me posting every single day. I was like the only name you'd see. Then you had Leland. Now you have Mel. Now you got Kevo. Now you got Eric. Now you got Jacko. Now you got Daffy. Now you got D-Touch. Now you got Golden Creation. Now you got Ace. Now you got this guy. Now you got Tobias. Now you got this guy. There's just more people. Like, it's just stacking. It's just stacking over and over and over and over. More people are starting to become more confident, not just in themselves or in their trading, but also in how they post in chat and how they talk to others. There's a lot of really awesome just leadership going on in chat. It's almost just happening on its own now. But back to what I was originally talking about. Average probably within the first half hour. That is, so Susan, what Susan just said is pretty normal for most people. Most people are going to answer my question with the first 30 minutes or the first hour, which is okay. But I just wanted to give you guys a cool point of view on something I've been looking at a lot more. And backtest me, prove me wrong. But if you go back through the last couple months of day trading on intraday time frame, so make sure you're not looking at like the daily, you go look. If you just wait the first hour of the day, the first hour, and not everybody has this choice. Some days you're here because of work, or maybe you don't have time later because of other things in life, whatever. But the first hour of the day, try skipping that. Try skipping that just here and there sometimes, and challenge yourself to wait 60 minutes before a trade. Not every single day, of course. If we're opening near a good area that you're just drooling over because you know how important it is, then please take a trade on that. If there's something pushing you in, take the trade. Don't listen to the 60-minute thing. But I want you to challenge yourself, seriously. Try to take a trade after 60 minutes more often than not. I challenge you. That's the Bueller challenge. Imagine 1,000 people in here, bro. I'd be so mad, low-key. Yeah, that'd be painful. It's okay. We don't need 1,000 people in here. I'm happy with the people we got here now. We're still seeing a little bit of rejection, and we're finally getting a little bit of a push away, but still nothing crazy. We're still above pre-market low, but a clear rejection of resistance. Bueller challenged, accepted. The way you typed that. Yo, what's up, Chef? Sorry, I'm kind of looking through 3 different channels right now. How you doing, man? I think we're gonna chill in here, Chef, till about lunch, and then we're gonna chill, maybe take like an hour off, and then I'll probably be back in here, and then we'll stream the audio for Powell. I don't know how I'm gonna stream it to you guys on Discord though. But if he says anything crazy, I'll make sure it's posted. And then we'll get to see all the movement, hopefully. If not, totally fine. Yeah, we got interest rates, we got oil, and we have Powell. Which I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing Jerome Powell's name. You're in Dow calls. That's not a bad one. Tobias. Actually, you'd be surprised that that's actually what led us to like backtesting that more. It's just, and I won't tell you who, but just like if you ever feel lazy and you sleep in the first hour or first 30 minutes of the day, and then you get onto your chart, you start loading it up. It's just weird how you'll sometimes have a way better day. Oh, hold up, I have to check FedEx real quick. Wait, which one was I using? I think it was this one, 257. We're still just kind of a doji at support, or not support, sorry, under resistance. Very, 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 very indecisive candle on the 5 minute right here. And yes, it is very indecisive. That's why I said very 8 times. Yo, Cheeky Buns, do you climb? You said climbing poles. You do the electrical lines, I'm assuming? Like you go up those poles? Watch, he's gonna say something way scarier. He's be like, no, I do work on the Eiffel Tower or something like that. Pause. Yo. Are those steel toe? I don't like how quick VVS said pause. Damn, that's gotta be crazy though. I bet people ask Cheeky Buns all the time, hey, do you ever get scared when you're up there? It's probably been up there a million times. That's kind of a chill working station though, I can't lie. What? And then Hayes is like, I work on wind turbines. What kind of people we have in this chat? See what I'm talking about? That's badass. Do y'all want me to switch, or we just chill with watching Spy and SPX? IWM is also under support, by the way. I don't have anything ready for that. Tesla, still rejecting 182.84. We did not get a close over. If you're in premium, really cool post on Meta. And then Netflix was another one I wanted to see. Because it's been building support, but it's just been lower highs ever since it got down here. Oh, come on. I hate when it does that. If you guys have TOS, you'll know what I mean. Whenever you switch between your tools too quick, sometimes the screen will just kind of like stick. Or your tool will stick, and that'll be another weird one. Oh my god, you'll have to see this. This is actually a pretty funny meme. My friend sent this. And I'm sorry if anybody gets offended, but this is funny. It's called the gambling pride flag. Yellow represents the indomitable spirit of the gambler. Purple is the pride of the game. Green is for the earnings that never end. And then it's got the chip and everything. God, that's good. I don't care who you are, that's funny. Oh, that's awkward. People in Discord are like, I didn't even get to see the meme. That's right, because they can't see my screen on the same. I literally just had Netflix up. What do you mean? I just had the Netflix chart up. That was like the only chart I clicked on, I think. I went through like a couple. I was like, these all bore me. And I looked at Netflix for a few moments because I was showing how a couple weeks ago I had a game plan set for this. We gapped down, and then I was just kind of watching this area. And we've been reacting to it a lot, and then we broke it finally today. But it's just the first time, and it's also not the end of the day. So I'm kind of like you. I'm kind of just watching it right now and seeing what's up. But no, it is at a very, like, this is a make or break spot for them. They end up breaking this. It could end up dropping a lot more. A good retake of 550 could bring us back up to 560s again. Between 560, 160, and 565 50s. We'll see, though. I'm very interested in that chart, though, just because of the sector it belongs to. Also, it's still bouncing around with higher volatility because of... Where am I at on my screen? Where are you at? Meta. There you are. Meta has also caused a little bit of disturbance in the force when it comes to Netflix because of the sector they belong to. So we gotta watch this for a little bit, but not crazy. All the comms, honestly, all the comms have been moving a lot. We got an inside bar on Google today. Well, as of right now, we have an inside bar on Google today. I don't even know how to pronounce those words, Alexis. Most likely entering light calls of SPY breaks under 499.65, emerging daily candle targeting 501 or 502. I can't read the bottom of that decimal. 502. My bad. Let me zoom this down a little bit. I'll be able to look at that. He says, I identify as a gambler. My bad, driving. No, you're good. No, I couldn't read it because of the chat. It wasn't because of you. Oh, it was just 502. There was no other numbers. Okay, never mind. We're good. We did make a new low just now. We'll see if we end up pushing lower or not. Again, we're really not expecting too much. We're still above pre-market low and under previous day close. So we're still in between really good levels. And there's a lot more news happening at the end of today. And then, honestly, today, I don't know why, but everybody thinks today is the only day we have news. We have news Thursday. We have news Friday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday have always been the hot days this week. Monday and Tuesday were a lot lighter. Am I streaming on any other platform or just voice chat? No, I'm on YouTube and Discord voice chat. We are on both at the same time. I'm reading both YouTube text chat and Discord just to kind of catch up to everybody. Bet. Yeah, I'll resend it. I post it every day on X, in Trade Floor, and in the Levels channel. I'll resend it here. Good morning, whoever just joined. I didn't see who it was. Thank you, Chef. I appreciate you. What's up, Valdora? Is that a full retest you see? I mean, you're kind of just getting like a very... I mean, you can call it a full-term retest because it's just, you know, hitting it multiple times and staying under, but we're very awkwardly sitting under this support. Kind of hard to call it a retest when we're just bouncing up and down just underneath it. So yes, a bearish retest is in effect, but it's just very awkward. I just don't want you to be like, oh, we're bearish puts. Yes, that is the case, but a little bit more going on. Volatility is a little bit higher today. We also have a lot more news happening later, so indecision price action is going to be at a max this morning. Damn, Julian, I see you. From the 50% down to the 0% fib. In and out. Nice. That was a put, right? I'm assuming it is. Yeah, it has to be because you got to arrow down. Doesn't that feel good? I do see on your exit you waited till... Well, unless... If you waited till that to push under the support and then you got out, you probably did get some really good gains. Either way, though, very, very nice entry and exit. Very easy to visualize, too. To look back on that and be like, okay, this is what I liked. I feel like that's another good thing about keeping your trade reviews like as simple as you can, too. It's not just for you here right now. It's also for future you. So when you go back to that and you're like, why did I even like this? And you can instantly break it down. Shouldn't take that long to, look back at it. Really good post, though, Julian. And yep, still just testing under that support right now. This is bearish. It's a little bit of caution due to the wick up just now. Higher IV, news day. Alright, let me pull up the briefing website real quick. I want to see something. So it says, moving the market, reacting to the drop in market rates following the Treasury's quarterly refunding news, mostly negative responses to the latest batch of earnings, and a wait and see in front of the market FOM rate decision and press conference. Let's not forget that. I'll set this in trade floor. I don't know why it's gray. On my screen it's white, but we'll take it. It'll be easy on the eyes when you look at it. That felt so good. Popping my neck. Yeah, sorry guys, I don't really have much to update. Not really much to update. Just kind of reminding you all that we have a lot of important stuff towards the end of today. FOMC days are always pretty fun because you have a fair share of different scenarios that play out. You'll have days on FOMC where it's very directional. It's moving like crazy. It has a lot of movement. It's very fun to just track, to watch, to follow, to trade, everything. It might be more expensive on every occasion, but it moves, you know. And then there's days like this where you're just not getting anything. We're kind of opening at the important area, giving us information all around it, you know. And then we wait towards the news. But both scenarios, we wait for the news to really start trading a little bit more heavily. And honestly, these are just really good information days to get positioning on bigger time frames and smaller time frames. Oh my god, dude. I hate Verizon so much. Oh my god, Verizon is worse than every phone provider. Okay, Julian, that was a put you sold into momentum. Okay. I was making sure. Oh, my bad. You added a whole lot more here. Price targets are absolutely necessary when they never guaranteed to enter with a predetermined entry exit stop loss just in case it's a plan. Right here, bro. That right there, that's the template. What you just did. Setting a plan beforehand, getting into the trade knowing what you have planned, and then kind of sticking to what you have planned. You know, anything outside of that is just kind of noise. Any surfing today? I don't know. Is Leland awake yet? I don't blame him if he's not, but he's my surfing information guy. I don't think it is today. I think I read it was like the 6th or the 5th. Yo, in a couple days, we can all say, May the 4th be with you. That'll be cool. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's a good... See, this is a good day to have these kinds of conversations, Valdor. A great one. He said, if you could have any power, what would it be? That's to everybody here. That wasn't a rhetorical question. If you guys could have any superpower, what would it be? And why? Give me an explanation why. I don't want to just hear, I want to be invisible. I want to fly. Yeah, no duh. Why? What would you do? Would you go rob a bank or what? I'm trying to think about mine, honestly, Valdor. I want to give you a good answer. May 4th is my trading anniversary. Damn, that's a really good day to remember then. That one's easy. Can we buy cannabis shares now? I don't know. I saw a bunch of them popping up off supports and stuff, but I honestly don't ever like to really get too invested in looking at that stuff anymore because, I mean, no new legislation has really been passed. I mean, it's not like anything new has happened. We gained Ohio. We gained a couple other states with here and there. A couple states got more authority over certain drug levels, but I mean, it's nothing really changed, you know? I think the only thing that's going to truly pump cannabis stocks is when every state is legal, but I don't think you're going to see that for another couple years. And I said that a few years ago too. I just know how some of these states work. They love to just drag shit, man. They love to wait. They love to wait. Oh, you need funding for another country? Oh, we'll get that done now. Oh, wait, hold up. You want something that's done in-house? Oh, hold up. We're going to put that on the back burner. That's just how our country works, man. We just do stuff slow. Cannabis is no different. Now, I will say this. They have lowered it a lot, though, to where other states can be made easier to make it legal. So I will say the process has become a little faster, and once I think that happens is when more of those cannabis stocks should rise. But, again, just because news coming out doesn't mean they have to go up. News can just cause them to spike, and then they can sell it back off. So I don't want to get anybody in our chat to invest it into cannabis stocks when genuinely they have just been disruptive as hell. I feel like there's a lot of hopium in that as well. I'm trying not to be too biased either. Like, it's really easy to be biased on all that stuff. Yo, that's a cheating answer, dude. I was going to say something like that. Being able to teleport similar to the movie Jumper would be cool, just to be able to not waste time on travel. I think the last time someone asked me that, I think I said the powers from Jumper. Just because, I don't know. It was pretty unique. I also like that there was like rules to his teleporting. You can't just teleport anywhere. Like you have to be able to envision it or you had to have been there before. I got you, VVs. It's too volatile. That's a good way of putting it, Tobias. Thank you. Eric said the superpower he wants is to dominate SPY and SPX like Mel. To be able to give back and create generational wealth for his family. That's a pretty cool superpower. Can we keep pumping? I misplaced to stop and now I am printing. At least you're being honest. Yo, high key, what is y'all's favorite candy since y'all aren't going to answer about a superpower? What is y'all's favorite candy? Or what is something you reach for as soon as you see it? Doesn't necessarily have to be your favorite. Eat all I can and have a surfboard. God, these answers are just like dreams. They're not even like superpowers anymore. A says, I would choose the ability to manipulate time. Imagine the possibilities. Pausing time to savor moments, rewinding to correct trading mistakes. I like how you said to rewind to correct trading mistakes, not just mistakes in real life, trading mistakes. Or fast forwarding through tedious tasks. VVS just said, everyone that says stop time has to be on a watch list. No, you're not wrong. Delete that, just kidding. We're not kidding about that. Okay, we got some pretty good answers here. Eric said Baby Ruth is his favorite candy bar. Damn. I feel like I haven't had a Baby Ruth in forever. Those are pretty good, though. I would have to say a Kit Kat or a Snickers. I'd say one of those two. If we're talking like chocolate candy bar or whatever. Sour Skittles is what someone said. Yo, Sour Skittles slap. That's a great answer. Okay, Ace. I'm not reading that one out loud. I am not reading that one out loud. Welcome to the channel. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't want to butcher it. But I'm going to try my best. Bonar Kierlieber. Welcome to the channel. Glad to have you. Crunch bars go crazy. They do. Crunch is pretty good. Okay, Wheats. I like how y'all both said something. I'm just not. I just can't. I just can't read that. That instantly gave me depression. Just need 15 minutes to see the future for that dumper pump. Oh, that would be a good one. Temporary control of time, like just seeing into the future for 15 minutes. That's a good one. I feel like that one's not too overpowered. I like that. Pretty close. Okay, I got close to saying their name. Good, good. I said I wasn't gonna say your name and then I tried, so I'm sorry. Just for your information, so you know where to look, as well as anybody else in here who might not have known otherwise. But if you click on the YouTube channel, in Discord, it's going to be awkward for you because you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing right now. But click on the YouTube channel, you should be able to see it. And then if you click on Community, right? I guess you could click Community or Membership. That's weird. But click Membership, and then you should be able to just scroll and go through whatever you want. I think I have like 99 videos again since I made that one public. But there's a lot of cool links in there. I post my weekly levels in there too, which normally that's just about Spine IWM. I'll post like bigger and smaller time frame. But this week I actually posted some extra ideas for it too, so I hope you go check that out. Yeah, welcome to the channel. Glad to have you. Oh my gosh, FedEx, what are you doing? I just saw my position. Oh, it did hit 260. Nice. Alright, just go to 257 for me now. Alright, we need to trim. I need to trim 2 of the 3 there real quick. I need to not do anything, or I will forget to do this. 2 of 3 cons at 45%. FedEx. Runner. Leave target at 257. Stop loss at... Wait, where'd my chart go? Where does my stop loss need to be for the runner? $260. We'll say previous day close 262. 262. See right here what you're seeing me do? This is why I know when people call out plays in other chats that they're full of shit. Because I know that it takes time to actually type out this stuff, to think it through. It's not as easy as just looking at a couple numbers. If you see someone typing call outs like every 5 minutes, it's probably not legit and they're probably not actually trading anything that you're seeing be posted. That's why I don't like being in chats that it's just all about calling out. Like, is it cool to call out? Yeah, of course it is. But to what extent? Should you be seeing callouts every day, 5 times a day? No, that's a red flag. If you see someone posting that many callouts, they're not trading every single setup. I'm sorry to tell you that. It's just not possible. You'd have to be a legit algorithm to do that. Alright, done typing there. Go back to this chat. And now we're chilling. Alright, back to y'all. I want to read more of these responses about favorite candies and superpowers. So basically, anything time travel and teleportation is the best power for everyone here. I like it. Yeah, it seems like everyone chose the most OP stuff. Maybe we should have asked that with parameters, like you're not allowed to say this or that. Fair enough though. We didn't set any of that though. So, Snickers is my picker upper. Good man. You're not you when you're hungry. I try to tape my thought process while trading and then taping it. It's hard as fuck. I told you, dude. It's literally hard. That's why, like, whenever you see these online traders, it makes me laugh every time. Because I instantly know they're not a real trader. If someone is able to type and call out 50 times a day, and they're sitting there doing that, and they're like, did y'all catch this? Did y'all catch my 65 callouts today? That's either one of two things. They're faking it, or two, there's a team of people doing all of that. There isn't ever just one person behind that screen. That's just not possible. Favorite candy is the cherry cough drops. Someone get them hands. At 50% fib, waiting for more upside. That's what Mel just said. Tobias. What's up? You got another picture of that place you're at? I need another good skylight view or something. Y'all could take Tobias's picture and be like, yep, guys, I'm on vacation. And, like, have, like, a fake page going. That's another thing you'll see some pages do, too, is, like, fake vacations. I've seen some traders be like, guys, I'm killing it in Hawaii, and then you'll look at their photos, and you could literally go onto Google and be like, Hawaii vacation photos, and maybe type in some other keywords to get some stuff to pop up, and you'll find that exact picture. It's weird. Check this out. I'm looking, man. I'm staring. I'm ready for you. I'm here. How do I tape? Oh, like record your screen? I said that I would do a playlist. Would you guys want that actually? Like, seriously, this is a serious question now. Please answer me. Would you guys want me to do like a couple videos of like how to record your own videos or something? Because I've seen people ask that about that in here, where they want to stream or they want to record their own charts or they want to go over that stuff. And I think that's a great idea. I think that's cool. I have nothing wrong with anybody in my group learning to do this on their own or wanting to do more. It'd probably be like a 2-3 video playlist. It wouldn't be anything big, but just how to use OBS, how to open it for this or whatever, how to record your own stuff, record your own trades. Because I know a couple of you guys have asked in the past, and I've just kind of brushed it off, because mainly just because I didn't take y'all serious, probably. But if you do want any recordings on how to use OBS, I would totally help you out, because I'm all for it. Some of you guys, everyone's different. It's like some of you guys might be really good at typing. Like, let's look at that channel real quick. Results and review. So go to results and review channel real quick. Like, some of you are really good about learning this way. If you're good about posting your gains and then later on going and looking at, or your losses, and going and posting your chart later, that's great. If you're someone who waits to post it all at once, that's great. If you're someone who's not posting it at all because it's just not your style, that's great. You need to be comfortable. I don't care. There is no one correct way of doing this, but you need to at least be reviewing your trades to some extent. So if you're someone who's better about like typing it out or just reading it, that's great. Please keep doing that. But I also want to give that option to people who are just wanting to talk it out. You know, we're not going to be able to sit in here in a stream every day and talk to each other. There's just too many people. It's not fair. So we're not going to be able to sit here and do that. But if people want to create their own recordings and just do like 2 minutes recording their self of like a trade, that would be cool. I'd be totally fine with being able to show how to do that, because I think that'd be a really good idea. Who knows? Some of you might be insanely talented at talking about your trades on a video. Maybe that's just who you are. You end up breaking it down a lot more. I gotta watch this video with Tobias real quick though. Hold up. Gotta put my headset on. This is the music I've been making y'all listen to. I'm changing this now. Back to Japanese lo-fi. I gotta change it though, I think. Here we go. God, I was torturing y'all. Alright, here we go. Damn, Tobias. Okay, maybe I will show this on stream. Y'all gotta see this. I don't normally show my members on stream, but I don't think he shows himself here. And at the same time, it's just a cool video. Oh, let me start over. Excuse the wind noises. That's crazy, bro. What are you doing on my in my backyard? Damn, look at that water out there. He just casually walks over to like more water right here. Whoa! There's the wind direction. That's very awesome, Tobias. That looks very calming. Sap New Pois. How you doing, man? I haven't seen that name in forever. I remember the first time reading that name, turning my screen upside down. I am back, had to leave to call to tape. Oh, you're good, Carter. Take your time, man. And plus, you're in the Discord, too. You don't need to be posting everywhere. Be comfortable. Good to hear that, Sap New Pois. Good to hear that. What's up, Ash Millie? What's up, Katokton? Anybody else I might have missed while you joined? Glad to have you here. I noticed you, Ashley. I saw you. You've been here for a very long time. She even teaches her kids how to trade. Calming but boring AF after 5 days, so now I am back. Oh yeah, I bet 5 days, that would probably be a lot. Still though, pretty calming. Next time you gotta invite the boys, you can play some cards or something. We'll make it even more boring for you. Trying my hardest right now to sit on my hands. Sit on your hand, man. There's nothing attractive here. We're under a very important support. Probably gonna get a little grind up move towards the previous day close, which is at about 502. Nice curl up move here. So, I mean, nothing super crazy here yet. Or some CS. Why do y'all keep trying to get me to play CS? You know I'm always here somewhere. I appreciate that, Ashley. Quality time with the wife since I work so much and almost always we need quality time off. That's good. So no to the boys. Alright, maybe next time. Maybe next time. Damn, Tobias is a real one. Hey, he knows though the saying, happy wife, happy life. That's how you live longer. Good job, Tobias. Oh, I'm not saying you live longer by having a wife, but if you do have a wife, keeping her happy is a way of living longer. It's reversed though if your wife is unhappy. That's why the saying is happy wife, happy life. Maybe I didn't say it loud enough. That's why the saying is that. Definitely do not want to piss them off. Jacko's like, I gotta type right now. I got a wife. I can connect to this one. I'm kidding. 11 more minutes on that 30-minute candle. You are correct. We're also still very far away from a lot of the bigger news causing a lot of the volatility today. I think this is a great day to just look at bigger time frames too. I know I just stick y'all on the 5-minute and 1 minute a lot of the time, and we'll just sit here and talk. But the daily time frame, this is an amazing time frame to look at more. Or maybe looking at less information, like how I was showing y'all how to just look at zones, just looking supply and demand. You can make it a lot easier on yourself just focusing on less information. I feel like it'll make you jump on less random opportunities too, because you'll feel like you're more calculated, like you're more invested in the decisions you're making. That's why it's good to have a clean chart. He said satire, or is it? And yeah, thank you everybody in stream. We're just kind of chilling here. I did already tell everybody this earlier, but I'll repeat it again. We are going to probably take like a little bit of a break towards lunchtime around 11 my time. So in about an hour and 10 minutes, we'll probably take a break from a stream, and then we'll come back before all the news comes out. So we'll come back when FOMC is starting, and then I'll be here for Jerome Powell after that, because the rate decision news will come out first, and then you'll see Jerome Powell. So we'll do that. But I'll be here for that too. We won't try to skip over it. Trying my best to be here more. Oh yeah, the Elon laughing face. I need to fix the emojis. We need to add some different ones on YouTube. The laughing ones can stay, because Bezos and Elon, Leo DiCaprio, these laughs are too iconic. But we might need to replace a couple of these other ones. We got the Jerome Powell here too. Faith. Sorry, if you'll hear my dog, she is like running from someone in her dreams right now. I said her name and she's just continuing. I'm gonna let her sleep. It's not like the market's doing anything crazy. What can we look at? I don't want to look at SPY, but I feel like as soon as I click off, it's going to start pumping towards previous day close, and then you're all going to start spamming PDC, PDC, PDC. Beth is a good name. My dog is Nemo. Oh, mine's, are you saying you have a dog named Beth as well? My dog's name is Faith. Nemo, though, that's a good name. What color is your dog? Or what does it look like? Yeah, what's y'all's pets' names? And do y'all have a different pet that's not a dog or a cat? Anybody have any cool, unique animals as pets? I'm not gonna lie, my dream pet would be to have a prairie dog. I think that would be the coolest pet to have. A yellow lab? Oh, okay. You can't go wrong with the lab. Those are good-ass dogs. Golden Retriever, another great dog. And you named him Tommy? Oh, that's a great name. He's got a person name. A black lab, you named it Nova? That's a tough name. Your dog's name is Thor? That's so weird. My friend's bunny's name is Thor. I have another friend whose dog name is Thanos. I have another friend who's what was the other one? There's another one. It was Thor, Thanos, and there's another. Maybe I know two Thors. No, I do know two Thors. That's weird. From Tommy Boy. Oh, okay, good. That's why I said it was a good name, because I'm not gonna lie, my mind went straight to Tommy Boy. Black Sheep, all that good stuff. I used to have all his movies on like DVD. Staffordshire Terrier name is Blitz. Oh, that's a good name. Blitz. I like these like quick one-off names. Tommy, Thor, Nova, Blitz. These are great names. Nemo. You've been wanting a chameleon. That's actually a pretty cool animal. What would you name it? Bellarati? Staffy named Dior. Ooh. Wait, hold up, Jack. You should make fun of your. You gotta make fun of your brother-in-law. You said my nephew is named Odin because my brother-in-law loves Marvel. You should pull up a thing that shows how he's not from Marvel. I mean, he is in Marvel, but he's not from Marvel. 65%. Good job, Mel. It was Mel and... Who was the other person? Daffy. Mel and Daffy were both posting that they liked going up from where we were. I believe that was after this hammer that y'all liked it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believed y'all liked it after seeing this hammer. Since then, it has been a slow grind up. I think he's more a Demigod fan, I guess you could say. Okay, that makes more sense. Now, it is in Marvel. It's not like it's not in it at all. I just think that's funny that it was said like that. We've never had a dog in our family. Mom likes the movie Finding Nemo, so we called him Nemo. Oh, that's sweet. Straight up said we took his kid's name when they found out we named our dog Thor. Damn, imagine like bumping into a kid on like in the playground, like you're like kids and you're like, hi, I'm Maddie or I'm Josh, and he's like, I'm Thor. Like you just meet a kid straight up named Thor. Don't mess with a kid named Thor. Yeah, that's the kid you don't mess with. When he asks to go in the jungle gym, you get out of his way. Alright guys, sorry for no real updates because there really isn't any to give, but we're just kind of getting a slow grind up across multiple sectors. You can actually see healthcare is curling up the best. Really nice move. They're moving even as I'm talking. Curl up on banks, just kind of taking their time. This is really just kind of a trend every chart is having right now. We're just getting slow grind up. Oh, except discretionary. They don't seem to be wanting to grind up at all. They took a dip and actually look like a bear flag under 175.20, so keep watch for them to either retake or reject this level. Very important. This is your Tesla, McDonald's, Nike, Home Depot, Amazon sector. Very important. Tom's not doing bad. That's your Netflix, Meta, Google's, banks, healthcare, tech. Which really you want to check tech and healthcare first before anything because these are the two heaviest by far. So if you want to check these two. Kind of a cool thing is keeping the math in your head. So go to SPY, click Analyze. Make sure you're on the fundamentals screen if you're on Thinkorswim. If you want to look at this, just type in holdings of SPY and weighting percentages on Google, and you can go find this on your own. Anybody can look at this information. It's all public. But what's cool about this is you can see that if you just look at tech, you're already looking at almost a third of the market. I'm already looking at a third of SPY just by clicking on XLK. Which is kind of crazy. That's a large percentage of SPY. And then you add 12%, right? So let's just say we're at like 32, 33%. That's a lot more. Oh, sorry, 42, 43%. We're already almost looking at 45% of the market. and I've only clicked on the first 2 sectors. Isn't that crazy? You had banks, you had discretionary, you had comms in there, and I'm damn near 85% now. Which is crazy, because it's, again, only just a couple clicks. It's just a couple charts. So if we can just track what these charts are doing at the same time, you should get a lot better of a preemptive view of what SPY should be doing. So we see kind of a grind up on a lot of these happening, but nothing really crazy. That's what we're seeing on SPY. We're just seeing a combined effort of the sectors moving up higher, but from the lows that they just dipped down to. So we're really just kind of bouncing in between information we already have. Which makes sense, because we have news later on. So it must be waiting on something. But guys, we are back up to current day open on SPY. Currently rejecting it right now, but again, just getting up to it and testing it. I see EMPH is down more today. Coinbase is down today again. Which we did like them for a drop. Kind of sucks they're leading into earnings. Just using a fib from the recent high to the recent low where they made a dip. Kind of look to see where they were rejecting from. Could move away from that so far. So exciting, much wow. And good job to everybody who's been posting in the post charts channel. Julian, Mel, Eric, Jacko. I've seen Garden Trader in there. Maddie Clams, Peoples, Hayes. I've seen you in there a couple times. Seriously, good job. I can't really add anything else onto that, but just keep working on this. Seriously. You shouldn't need someone to sit over your head and say good job. And that's not why I'm doing this, but I wanted to give some recognition to some of you guys in here. Because Julian will do these big breakdowns in here like once a week. I don't know if you guys read these or not, but he does these really big breakdowns where he does like a whole story of just talking about price action. Yeah, I'm not joking. If you type in Julian in the search bar and then just look in the post charts channel, go read those. It's very interesting. Mel does a very good job of posting in here a lot. Good job, Hot Hands. But just a lot of my normal names in here posting in here. I want to see more of you in here posting. It doesn't have to be like anything set in stone, but post something. Post some preemptive thoughts on a chart that you might like, what you might think can happen at a certain level, conditions that you can set. But a lot of my usuals are in there typing a lot. And it's funny too, because I think some of you will look back in there and be like, oh, they're trying to explain it to us. Like, no, they're doing it for themselves. They just also happen to be putting it in a chat that's public so you can also try to learn from it. Because I promise you, whatever Julian's posting, whatever Mel's posting, whatever Jacko's posting, it's for them to grow. It's for them to hold themselves to a higher standard. So, show some respect and definitely read through some of your peers' posting in the Post Charts channel, as well as the resultant review. I think a lot of you guys can learn from each other. It's crazy how many different posts there will be too, and a lot of you guys are taking similar entries or looking at similar things too, so... And good mindset too, Julian. I saw your latest post just now. Can't win them all. Probably will go, but that's not what this is about. I like your mindset. Because you're right. Mom grew up poor as a child, and the family one night didn't have anything to eat. Her dog name was Harlem, suddenly disappeared and came back with the neighbor's chicken in its mouth and dropped it on her feet. Damn. So Harlem is a real one, is what I'm gathering. Harlem was the realest one. 9:30:01 first trade. I like that. Just straight to business. Is that Central Standard Time or Eastern? One hand wonder. I'm just asking so I know for me, because I want to look at your trade though. It said 9:30:01. Jesus, Jack. I think the get it comment got me. Chicken was dead according to mom, so possibly.
Jesus, Jack. He said, I'm a dad now. Jokes are dry, okay? Hey, dad jokes are alright sometimes. I just thought I was laughing because, you know, he went from telling us something that was kind of like depressing and then like a little bit inspirational, right? And then you were like, did the Harlem Shake. That was more why I thought it was funny. Yo, what's his name? One Hand Wonder. Are you Central Standard Time or EST? You crack yourself up. Hey, at least you can make yourself laugh, man. Some people just not laugh at all. Alright, he just straight up was like, yo, this is my first trade, then that was it. Alright. Maybe he's lagging or something. We'll come back to One Hand Wonder in a minute. Yeah, but when I do it, I need to get help. I swear some of you were like comedians in a past life or something. Well, how was everyone's day so far? I know it's nothing super exciting. Been some pretty good movements on different individual equities. I used to be 260. Only chance was to be funny. You used to be 260. Does that mean you got worse or did you lose weight? And sorry if that came off like aggressive. I wasn't meaning it like that. City inbound. Back in me diner again. Kind of all over the place today. Meanwhile, back at the ranch to answer you earlier. Okay. My bad. I got what you meant. Now you're good, Sandollar. I know you're always on the move and kind of doing a million things at once. You're like an actual jumper. 210, 220, but not circle anymore. That's good, man. That's a lot of lost weight. Good for you. 210, 220, that's a lot better than 260. I don't know your height or anything, and I don't know your life or anything, but that sounds a lot healthier. Happy for you. I remember my fat phase. Now, I'm a lot shorter than you probably, but when I was like 240, 235, I was fat. I was huge. I couldn't even see my feet, it felt like sometimes. I couldn't breathe right. And I remember one summer I went to go work in plumbing. I lost all that weight. Now, I don't know if it was healthy that I lost it that fast, but I lost a lot of weight very fast. And I couldn't tell you, man, but that was the greatest time ever, man, was after losing that weight. And even right now, it's happy to look back on. You feel better about yourself. You feel healthier. You feel like you could breathe. And you could still go do all the same things you were doing before. Just don't need to be as heavy, don't need to be that unhealthy. It's just not good. Even if you don't actually care about that kind of stuff, it's still nice to know you have time ahead of you. You're not just some overweight piece of shit. Excuse my language, but you guys should take care of yourselves. A lot of you guys are really awesome. But really happy to hear that about you, Wheats, bro. Seriously. Now, don't get me wrong. If you are oversized, it's not the end of the world. We're not sitting here fat shaming. But good job on the progression, seriously. That is no easy feat.
It's easy to say afterwards that it was, but we all know it isn't. Not easy at all. Garden Trader posting a potential 90% entry at current day open, and she is correct. We got to push above it on the 1 minute. And now we're closing back under. The 5 minute, we just got a little bit of a wick rejection, I believe. Yeah, perfect. Literally to the cent. Both of these candles. Good call out, Garden Trader. So potential bearish retest at current day open, guys. Couldn't say it any better. You got fat shamed by your friends? Good, you have good friends. If your friends aren't pushing you to be better, they're not your friends. 6'5", carried that a lot better than your height, Josh, I bet. Oh yeah, if I was 6'5", I think I probably could have stayed at that weight. He said, since I lost weight, those assholes got me good. Best friends ever. Good. Yeah, if your friends aren't making fun of you, you don't have good friends. You're 6'4"? Damn. He said you still look fat. Yeah, 260 though. That was almost 30 pounds more than what I got to. But no, he's right though. I mean, hey B, when you get a chance, can you look at my trade review? Hell no. What do you think we're doing in this trade stream? We're just talking about superpowers and fat shaming and stuff. We're not doing no trade reviews. Yeah, I can check out your trade review, man. Is it in the results channel? Oh, it is. It's the latest one. My bad. I'll pull it up. So, awkward for people on Discord. You're not going to be able to see that I'm looking at it instantly. But you can go and click on it yourself. It's in the results and review channel under trade floor above polls channel. And right now I'm looking at Dividend Bull. We're trade shaming Dividend Bull. And there was a lot of trades I missed yesterday. Jesus. Yeah, I remember reading that one. I remember that one. I remember Susan. This must have been when I got off stream. Oh yeah, it was 11:40. Hold up, I'm gonna get to you, Dividend. Making sure nobody did anything stupid. Susan, I don't know where you came from, but you have posted some amazing trade reviews. Like right here, I don't even need to look at your chart. I feel like I pictured it all just reading this. That's how good your trade review should be. You should be able to visualize it without even the chart being there. Very, very good job. You too, Maddie. You've always been pretty good about it, though. Stepped away at lunch, missed the afternoon action this morning. I plotted fibs for line the previous day. One of my charts came back to see price had reacted at every single level. That's like every time I look at a Leland chart, just like every single level hits. Oh, I do remember this, Drake. I remember you talking about your Google swing. I like the way that Rollout got onto him, or not really got onto himself, just kind of like reviewed it again right here. I always like these reviews whenever like someone's going over their trade. They're not just talking about the mechanics of their trade. They also talk about just like anything that's on their mind. You could just tell when they type like they speak. That's a really good trade review. Oh, I cannot skip over Misi. I like that she put that at the time.
All out. Oh my god. Entry on a bearish hammer. Scaled on the new low. All out. Saw another. Oh my gosh. Right here. This displays confidence right here. Not just taking the first trade. Taking the second opportunity as well. That is confidence. Good job, Misi. I'm proud of you. I'm always proud of you, but that was really nice. Alright, let's see here. Dividend Bull. We said all done for the day at 10:05. Okay. Displaying confidence. I see you. Let's see what he did here. Alright, so we got a fib from here all the way to here. So we got high of day to low of day. He's got his fibs here. Just kind of give him something else. Today's open, so he's using the low of that. Kind of give himself a bigger area. Puts. All out. Okay, so nothing crazy there. Then he gets puts again. See, it worked this time because you typed puts correctly. I don't know what puts are. Puts, though, those work. Let's see what he gets here. So he gets kind of the same spot. Similar entry. He's looking for just pressure under the golden pocket. Out half on the fresh low and then all out on the new low. What is this level here? Or what time frame is this? This has to be the 1 minute, right? Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, it is. Damn, good job. I think I'm mostly proud of this take profit spot because you didn't ignore that the halfway point is right here. I like that you were serious about taking profits. Good job on that. I think that's probably my favorite part of your trade, is your first trim, because you understand that, yes, this is a recent low right here for potential structure. Could end up being bullish structure for all we know. As well as, oh, this is the only other fib I have marked. You know, let's not ignore it. So I really am proud of you for having the strength to take profit on some of that, instead of just like, all right, let me hold farther with everything I have. Also, good job on this cut. I don't know if you made money or not on this first one, but either way, it wasn't a big result. So I like that. Giving yourself, because I think what people misunderstand when I say that is, I think when I say that, they hear, oh, he's wanting you to be hesitant. He wants you to be scared. No, I want you to take trades and then get out of them quick when it doesn't feel right or when it doesn't look right, because then it gives you the confidence to take a second trade. Whereas the person who just holds on to this and then lets it go up and then cuts, they're not looking at this trade. They're too pissed off from the first one now. They're not even thinking about that next one. So that's a big thing for me, is just giving yourself the longevity of taking another trade. And you did that by that first one. You didn't let it ruin you or let it do anything to take you out of the day. I like that. And then your second trade ends up being a lot more attractive, honestly. Wait, what's this chart? Oh, this was the... Okay. This was that first one. Did Dividend just pull a Bueller on me? He said, "Be right back, I'm going to get some water." You might buy a heart monitor to track your heart rate. I'm scared to know what mine would be. You know, it's actually weird. There are people who like do speedrunning in video games. Sometimes you'll see a heart rate monitor on them. And by the way, the bearish retest did hold while I was talking too much. We talked about a potential bearish retest thanks to Garden Trader's post about the current day open rejecting. Since then, if you go back to that 1 minute, we have pretty much just pulled back. So great job, Garden Trader. That was a very, very, very strong and good timely call out.
Yeah, Misi's trade reviews are pretty awesome. Yeah, don't sleep on my traders. That's a new low of day. Good job, guys. Got to 500 off that. Good job, Garden Trader. Round of applause to you more than anybody. The rest of you suck. No, I'm kidding. Good job, though, Garden. That's awesome. I love when I see you guys call out stuff like that, or if I see a few of you typing it or kind of mentioning it, you know, just kind of keeping it in thoughts. That's good. Fire calling this, sitting on hands until after FOMC, but best entry of the day. Thank you, Hot Hands. Good job giving her some recognition. It's also good to just acknowledge, like, how you just did. That you're not going to trade right now, but it's still good to call out what was the best opportunities. I like that you did that. You have to be able to visualize this stuff. IV too juiced, but observing. Oh yeah, that too. IV's way too juiced right now. Another great point. Look how smart you all are. Time for work. Have a good day, BB Gang. You too, Dividend Bull. Thank you so much, man. Good job, Mel. He has a runner out at 50%. Hayes said my last contract's runner hit 200%. Damn, Hayes. I top ticked. Also, guys, and please get this right, please. What do we have under current day open? On that latest pullback, what also appeared there? There are two things I've been typing in like literally every chart post in the last couple months. There are two terms I've been using. Which one of those just popped up under current day open? Let's see who can get it. It's not a trick question. It's a very easy answer. It's not a trick question. Don't think deeper. We have higher lows, and then we have blank. What is the blank? And this is really what should be giving you confidence to enter your trades or not. Yes, lower highs. We have lower highs under current day open. We push beyond it. Garden Trader mentions the 90% entry because she sees we went above it, then went right back below it. But what also appeared there? What appeared there at that 90% entry? Lower highs. Oh, there's a little bit of structure here I think we can all see. And that broke as well. So that should be giving you confidence, not, I don't know, not some random indicator. We can remove, excuse me, we can remove that. I was just highlighting that earlier because that was it was a pretty nice hammer after an inside bar, showing that buying pressure is possible, but then it just sent us back to current open, and then we rejected it. Now we're back to square one. Good call out, Julian. Yes, and the golden pocket fib. I was looking for lower highs as the answer. Oh, no, my bad. You're not answering my question. You're just telling me we're there. Good looks, good looks. Psych level 500, golden pocket. Good stuff, guys. Yeah, my bad, Julian. I want to go to the post charts channel and catch up on your post in there. There was, oh yeah, I didn't read the last one. Like, everyone, if you're in Discord, go to post charts channel. Like, this needs to be how you're talking to yourself in a trade. I love this a lot. Some of you might look at this and be like, oh my god, he's spamming chat, but he's not. This is actually an amazing breakdown. Please actually read through these. Good job, Julian, seriously. Doesn't matter if the trade worked or not. This is honestly how everyone needs to be looking at things and talking to themselves.
2 out of 2 on the day, 6 cons, all profited, but not the point. Point is I traded my plan. I'm not trading for profits. I'm trading to perfect my plan. God, I love that. I'm pinning that, Julian. I'm pinning that. That was a great comment. I hope many people read that. Oh yes, good pattern recognition, Eric. You are correct. But yeah, patterns, lower highs. We're looking for patterns with higher lows, because if we get both of those at a good part of the chart at any time of the day, it's good positioning. It's good confirmation. It's good confidence. That should be what pushes us in and out of a trade, not some random indicator or one thing telling me that something's going wrong. No. Gotta have multiple confirmations telling me something to push me in. Welcome, whoever joined. I don't know who it was, but welcome. Oh, my bad, chef. I'll go look at this. How disrespectful. I haven't even charted DIA. How disrespectful of me. This one's kind of awkward. You could draw this one 100 different ways. Alright, wait. You do like this. There we go. And honestly, I don't like that one. I'm gonna just do this. Gonna cheat. Okay, I can see why you're looking for some buyers now. Got a good established low here. Lot of basing. Good second established low. And now a third. So if this is a higher low, this would be really good risk reward for upside. Because you have clear risk. It's clear as day. Clear line in the sand. No, I like that a lot, Chef. I like that. On your DIA setup. I'm sure YM is similar. Dow. Nah, good looks. I like that. If it goes wrong, whatever. You had good, clear risk in front of you. Those are the trades that you want to be... Like, if you're going to be wrong, make it a trade that makes sense, right? Like that. Over just randomly lottoing and being like, oh, I lost 80% on something I don't understand. No. Chef is there with clear risk, and it shows. I charted it in like 5 seconds, and I could instantly see why he likes it. Those are my favorite trades, because it just feels like a common sense kind of thing. It's not, but it feels like it. Oh. I gotta stand. Stretch. It's already 10:30. Since when has it been 2 hours since the open? Man, maybe someone in here does have control of time. Amazon got sick? What happened to her? She okay? What'd she catch a case of? You know what? While I'm just sitting here bored, I could totally like catch up on recharting all these again since my charting thing reset. Where should we want to start? Oh god. Okay, maybe we won't do Apple yet. Let's go do something different. Like Microsoft. I would love to do Microsoft. Yep. We haven't charted it once. Alright, so maximum daily, or we'll just do the daily. I'm gonna do the day trading levels first on my default chart, and then we'll create another one for like swing trading TA. This is something great to do while we're waiting on absolutely nothing. $393.66. Okay, so that is higher. Cool. Sorry, I was typing. Oh, that's right. I was like, why is this chart so weird? I forgot the last 10 minutes of the day has like this like big drop and it just looks so ugly. So if you're seeing that, just add to the previous day low. It should be close enough to the previous day close where you don't need to add both. Damn, Microsoft actually looks pretty good for some recovery as long as it's holding 394 now that I've recharted it. I forgot, that one actually does move really well. I need to start trying to day trade that one more. Everybody's always caught up on Nvidia, and so am I. But Microsoft's just as good, options chain wise. Tesla's kind of like a no-brainer too. But not every day is it going to give you what you want. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're giving another bearish rejection. Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm trying to space the chart out. I'm so OCD about that. I like to see the previous day's price action so I have context about today's. I like to see a couple levels above and a couple levels below, just so I don't ever feel like I'm just looking to one side. I feel like when you zoom a chart where you're looking at it like this and you're not looking at any upside potential, you're just looking to the downside, I feel like it sets you in a position where you have to be bearish, and vice versa. I feel like you're like setting yourself up for failure. So if you just kind of keep both on the chart, lets you be a little bit more neutral and you can react to both sides. Humana's on the move. Good luck, Sandollar. Wasn't that one you mentioned the other day? I think you mentioned that one yesterday. I was looking over it for a second. I think we're watching Moderna with the Lexus. I think you mentioned Humana. There was another one. There was a third one I'm not remembering. It was one you mentioned. It wasn't an airline. Something smaller. Alright, I'm gonna leave this on this right here. I'll be right back in like 3 minutes. So give me 3 minutes. Okay, I was gone for 6 minutes. Blame my dog. I am here though. We are back. Make sure you guys stand up, walk around for a minute, or have some water to hydrate with. Don't just sit here and be cotton mouth or whatever. Let your blood move. Stand up, walk around a little bit. Just gonna close that last FedEx. Get it later. That's another thing I need to do before this stream ends. I need to find my next potential trade. I'm not gonna take another trade today, but I need to find my next potential swing. So a lot of you might know, some of you might not know, swing trading is definitely something I like to do a lot more. I'm definitely known for day trading and all my day trading levels, but I definitely enjoy swing trading a lot more. And something that is involved with it, and something that is just a lot more just inducing, is the time spent not just trading, but looking for setups, reviewing setups, back testing setups, warming up setups, like getting them ready to where they're about to let you enter, or maybe just thinking about it. And also on the other end of things, not just taking trades, but like I said, back testing, reviewing, taking ghost trades, taking fake trades that you aren't actually in, but you need to be doing these to get reps, because you're not going to have time to take just real reps and learn that way. That's not going to be efficient. So you need to take as many ghost reps as you can, whatever you want to call it. What do you think about those MJ stocks, Mr. Bueller? I gave my opinion on them earlier. I don't exactly remember what time. But in short, though, my opinion is that I just am not really cool with touching any of them. Yes, they get nice spikes, moves up here and there due to certain news here and there, but I'm not a real big fan of them, of cannabis stocks. I'm just not, for long term. I'm not, and I haven't been for a while. When I first got into this a couple years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, whatever amount of time that was, they were popping off. Those were popping off. Solar stocks were popping off. Everybody was on those too, and that was it, right? And since then, both of those sectors have done horrible. Solar's holding up pretty well, but cannabis has just dumped over and over and over again. And every time we get news here and there, yes, they pop up again, but it's nothing to look at for a long-term investment point of view, in my opinion. And that's crazy for me to say too, because I am a huge supporter of cannabis. I think it's a great thing for everyone, really, but as an investment, I just don't see it. And maybe that can change if it's legal everywhere, but it's just like they're not doing it quick enough. It's just not efficient enough for someone to buy into this long term. Short-term momentum plays, oh yeah, you'll find plenty of those. Because I haven't looked today, but I know recently a lot of those stocks like Tilray, Canopy, a bunch of those have popped up again, and they'll probably come back down a little bit over time. But yeah, no, they're good for short-term setups, so I'm not going to argue that one. Any rules around second and third retest of current open, or just play the price action and candles? There is the rule of 3 and the rule of 5, which is just kind of a psychological rule. These aren't things I invented. These are things that already exist. But the rule of 3 is looking for a better test on the third time. But no, there's no rule to any number of times it can test. Right here, if it's a lower high of the high that went up the first time it rejected, which right now it is, then that's what you want to look for. So right now you have a lower high on the 5 minute. To be honest, probably already should have maybe entered on this candle. I would say any of these 3 candles would have been a good entry. I'd say right now is a little bit of chasing, because this is your first break of structure. But if you get any kind of return here and you like any selling pressure, like if you get any bearish hammers that hold right here, I'd get in. That's a good risk reward trade. But personally, I'm not touching this because I just want to wait, and I'm also more focused on my swing trading right now. But that's what I would look for right now if I was trying to take that scalp. Just remember, it's FOMC day, and Ivy is juiced up a little bit, big rollout, so you'll be paying more for some of these moves too. Be very wary about that. I know some people that came to a surprise when they clicked on the options chain today, and they were like, wait, why am I paying $400 more for this? You're good, roll up. Good question. Great question, honestly. Because sometimes people ask me, like, do I need to wait for, like, 5 retests or something? Like, no, you can go on the first retest of it. The one that Garden Trader called out, that one was perfect. Now you're just kind of getting a second test of that. You know, it's not like every time we do a bearish retest, we're going to go down to the floor, right? This came down to 500, decided to make that the low of day. Awesome. What do we have on the 1 minute? An inside bar. Awesome. So that'll be our kind of low of day zone we're looking at right now, right? You know, getting a nice move up. We hit it here, making a lower high on the 5 minute like we covered. Now we're back on the 1 minute. And now we're looking to see if they end up holding this or rejecting this. If they fail out of 500.94, they should go test each of these little higher low dips. So you got this one. Wow, that is definitely not where I clicked. Here, sorry. Here is the second one. And then you got the big one that we talked about, the low of day. So these would be 1 target, 2 target, 3 target. I forgot my wording, how I used to do that, how I used to say this back in the day. I would do this for swing trading. I'm trying to think of the wording. It's whenever price was like in a downtrend, and then price would pop it, and then of the higher lows, every time you had like a downtrend within here. Hold up, I'm about to make sense here in a second. This would be like a first target, this would be a second target, this would be a third target. So whenever you get a trend change, there you go. Jesus, I could not think of that. A trend change. Whenever they break trend in this direction, your targets were always the levels within it to the close left. So it's just cool to think about. But that's how I think about the day trading aspect of it too. Just aim for the higher lows that were there. And if you get more bearish retest, awesome. But there's nothing that says you have to. But if you get one here, awesome. If you get one here, awesome. You know, because then it gives you more information. But you're not always going to get that. It's not always going to be perfect. Just to be clear, best entry was that green candle after the 2 red candles down. Yeah, I mean, any of these 3 candles, honestly, like probably one of these 2 would have been fine, because on the 5 minute, you've already confirmed you're a lower high. You've already confirmed that. We have 1 rejection of current day open. Hold up, let me zoom that out a little bit, sorry. Current day open. So rejecting that. And then of that, we're a lower high again. So you should already be sold on, all right, I'm in this as long as it doesn't pop 50150. You should already be in that mindset. You shouldn't be trying to tell yourself you're bearish. You should know that off the rip. Now you're just looking for a more optimal entry. So that's why you go down to the 1 minute and you're looking at it and you're like, all right, well, where would be a good spot? Well, no shit, these would be good entries, but that's the first test of it. So let's not react that way. Also, that's at 1043, so we're not toward the end of that 5 minute candle yet. Remember the timings of everything like we like to look at. By the way, single candle retest is holding. They are just dumping that a little bit more. So yeah, you're looking at one of these 2 candles, because that's 1044, 1045. So not only are you towards the end of a 5 minute candle, now you're also able to break down on the 1 minute where was a more optimal entry. It would be one of these 2. Excuse me. One of those 2. No, you're good. We're just visualizing together. I got what you meant. This is how you have to talk to yourself. Like, some people might look at this in hindsight and be like, damn, they're just guessing. Like, but we have a system in place. I have levels here for a reason. I understand my entry types. I understand how I navigate these levels. I understand lower highs, higher. I understand all that. I'm past that point. It's about visualizing now. It's about giving myself the muscle memory, so when I see these pop up in real time, I react. I don't sit here and think about it. I just do it. You got to be able to do this in off time. You got to do this in real time. It's very important. Good questions, though, Rollout. I love that you asked that. And let's backtest now that it has dumped. Where did it go? So we talked about the higher low right here. I just grabbed the bottom of that red candle and then I went to the right. So they just sold off through that. And remember the retest, too. We didn't really get a retest of this level, and they kind of barely gave us one here. We got a single candle retesting that. Nothing crazy. Right? So that just proves the velocity or the speed or the aggressiveness of this drop. On this exact move, they were definitely bearish. But that makes sense, right? Does that make sense, the rollout? Because they already gave us a bearish retest over here on the 5 minute. They gave us another one here earlier. And they're giving us a second one here again. A second major one on the 5 minute. So it makes sense that the move would be quick, doesn't it?
See, now we're past just talking about entry and exit. Now we're actually talking about the natural just becomings of price action, the natural thinking of price action. Why is this happening? Why is this naturally happening? Things happen for a reason. There's not randomosity to this. It really is, oh, this happened? Okay, that happens. It's all conditional. I know I might be sounding like I'm talking in circles, but it really is. It's all conditional. And then what was the other lower high or higher low? It was this one. This is the other one we marked off. And let's see how they're reacting. So they're just kind of touching it, really. There's nothing really crazy here. Bears are still able to push lower. A little bit of reaction from bulls, though. You got a little bit of a buyer there that could also be partially take profits because we are approaching the low of day. So people are obviously not going to want to try to hold through that because they don't know if we're going to keep going lower or not. So it might be a mix of buyer. It could also just be take profit. I'm going to lean towards take profits, though. Just because people are probably going to get their trades in and then not want to be greedy. Because you'd be a little wild to hold a full position from here to saying, yeah, it'll make a new low of day. Now, trimming through this, that makes sense. You were looking for 500.63 on a target after drawing the fib from 500. Oh, if you're doing a fib, ignore everything I said. If you're doing a fib, that's a more calculated approach. I was just trying to give you a cool freehand drawing method. But no, that totally works too. I'm not gonna bully you off of that. That's a good calculated approach. The fib you said was from 500.63 on a target after drawing the fib from 500. Okay, yeah. Just remember this. If I swear, man, these are my best trades, Leland's best trades, Mel's best trades, Kevo's best trades. All of them have one thing in common. Patterns with positioning. Here, we can even change that too. We can even add to it. Trend. Well, I was like, damn, did I forget how to spell positioning for a second? So patterns with positioning, trend with positioning. So we're looking for lower highs at resistance. We're looking at higher lows at support. We're looking at bearish hammers, dark cloud covers, evening stars, bearish kickers. I'm looking for all these beautiful bearish candles at resistance. Bullish engulfings, bullish hammers, morning stars, pretty much any beautiful piercing lines, any beautiful bullish candlestick pattern. We're looking at those, but at support. We're not just going to randomly be like, oh, that's bearish, oh, that's bullish, oh, that's bullish, oh, that's bearish. No, it has to be at a good spot on the chart. Does that make sense? That should be what pushes you into your trades, not what did trader 12345 say on X, or what did this guy say on Instagram, or what did my indicator tell me? No, what is the trend telling you? What is the natural part of the chart telling you? That should be what pushes you in. Is it going to work every time? No, but it's going to give you a good calculated approach and clear risk. When you're wrong, you will know when you were wrong, and you can cut it before it makes you bleed out. We don't want to bleed out. Also, I want to talk about another thing, like context. What happened yesterday? What happened the day before? What happened this week? What's going on today? What kind of news do we have? Those kinds of things. Also, context with yourself. So not just with the outside world, but with yourself. How have you been this week? Did you prepare this morning? How did you prepare yesterday before you traded? How was Monday? Just think about yourself, really everything all at once, just to give yourself good awareness. Did I prep this morning? Nope. All right, well then I probably shouldn't be looking to trade a bunch. Is there also news today? Oh, there is a lot of news today? Awesome. IV's going to be up, things are going to cost more, so I'm probably going to be looking to trade less. Giving yourself that awareness. Now, every time that you stop yourself from trading and something happens, that's okay. Not every time that you hesitate is there going to be a big move. Not every time that you do go look to trade is there going to be a big move. Gotta remember that. Yes, you are going to miss out on moves. Yes, you are also going to miss dodging horrible moves.
Noxta goes to trade floor and says, why are we ranging? Is there a big event at like 2 p.m. EST that everyone is waiting for or something? Gonna pop hard to downside like right now. Oh, you're looking at the liquidity map. Oh yeah, there's a pretty wide open space there, isn't there? It's almost inevitable that it goes to, what is that? Whatever the top of that yellow is. 50, 46, 75? Is that what I'm seeing? A lot of missing space there, isn't there? Yeah, if this then that. No, I like that. Being conditional, that's good. Oh my god, you literally said it though. You literally said we're about to see a fat drop and then it literally did it. This man Julian can see the future. By the way, if you guys are looking in the Discord voice chat text channel, it's just a liquidity map. It shows, it's basically a visual way of seeing volume. It's pretty cool actually, once you understand what you're looking at. I won't go describe it any further than that because I don't understand it, but I do understand how to read the volume aspect of it because it's just like volume profile in a way. It's kind of cool. Yo, good call out though, Julian. We are definitely getting the drop and it closed under on the 1 minute. See you later, rollout. Damn, Maddie, you were up 80% on FTX alone? You must have had a way better contract than me. Or maybe I was up that much and I didn't even notice. I just read your comment in premium, I didn't even realize. Now I have to ask him because I'm like actually confused. Oh, fuck, let me tag him. Good updates by Leland in the trade floor if anybody's watching. SPX and SPY. I mean, we're of course watching that too, but it's still cool to see Leland's point of view. I guess we'll go to the sectors real quick. Let's go to like the 15-minute or something. XLK. So this is the largest sector in the market by far. You can see healthcare is up. That's the second largest. Tech is really the one that's down the most with the mix of discretionary. I'm sure there's other sectors down as well, but just looking at the top 5 here. So discretionary, your Tesla, Amazon, Nike, McDonald's, Home Depot sector, and then you got your XLK, your Apple, Microsoft sector. Also has the semiconductors in there for anybody who's paying attention to AMD, Nvidia, SMCI, all that good stuff. That is most likely going to also be affecting that sector.
Healthcare's up. Not doing bad. Got a little bit of an inside bar at current high of day. Slow and ugly grind up for the banks. Positive nonetheless, though. Same for comms. A little bit prettier than the bank grind up, though. They had an inside bar breakout on the 15 minute, sorry. Kept thinking I was in the 5 minute for a second. So we got a mixture of sectors here all week, I will say that, but healthcare, banks, comms definitely looking a little bit more attractive from today's open. And it's not like SPY has really left that far. I mean, I know I keep going to the 1 minute and it makes it look like it's a really big drop every time, but it's really not. If you go to the 5 minutes, it's probably an easier way of looking at things, but it really hasn't gone anywhere. Like, yes, we are definitely bearish. Yes, we definitely have lower highs. I'm not arguing any of that. But we really haven't gone anywhere. Everyone really is waiting for the news end of day today. But you can see we have lower highs, we have lower lows. That trend has not changed. Market maker dirty games, 100%. But this is, to be fair, expected. Just because of what day it is. But we are definitely still in a downtrend, so if you get some new lows, do not act surprised. We end up getting a hold of 500 here. I really need to see more than just a hold of that. We need to see a break of those lower highs. So we would need to see a push beyond 501.48. I need to see a push beyond today's open just to show me that the trend is trying to change. Because if not, we have to lead to believe that this is going to come down more. Just based off price action. Please ignore everything if there's news related or anything else beyond that. But levels wise, price action wise, that's how you're supposed to look at the trend. Focus on the lows, the highs. That's it. Where are they in relation to the levels on the screen? Like, where are they? That's why we focus on positioning so much. Alright guys, well it's 11. Should I end the stream and then go take our break before all this stuff happens in a little while? Or should I just leave all this up and go AFK? What would y'all prefer? Or how should I go about this? Garden Trader said we are still above pre-market low. That is true too. That is true. They're at 499.50. Very true. Haven't even left the pre-market range. And look at you guys. How you feel? No, I feel good. I'm just saying I want to take my break before the new stuff later, but do y'all want me to leave this up? Leave it here, VC says. I can just leave it here and just walk away. And then when I come back, we'll stream all this stuff. I'll find the audio for Jerome Powell, all that. Break now and leave it here. Okay, bet. All right, well I'm just gonna mute up. But the stream will just keep going, so you guys have the chart, the levels, all that. Let me zoom this down a little bit, because if it moves lower, that'll suck, and then you guys won't see what's down here. So we'll do this. Do it on the 5 minute. We'll leave it there. Alright, well I'll be back whenever it is ready. That news doesn't start until... Damn, I can't read. Noon, 1, 2. Wait, so is that 1 my time then? Hold up. I gotta double check. Yeah, 1 my time. Okay, so in, let's say an hour and a half, I'll be back 30 minutes before it starts. So 30 minutes before the interest rate decision price action starts to kick in, I'll be here. And then that gives us plenty of time to be here before Powell, because he's not till 1:30 my time. Alright, I'll see y'all when I come back. I might be back earlier, we'll see. Alright, I'm muting up. am back. Guess who's back, 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 back again. It says in 30 minutes, 28 minutes. Interesting. All right. Cool. And we didn't miss anything. I think I left at this hammer, or after the hammer. So all of this and all of that and all of this happened. Wow. Real exciting. This is why we take breaks during FOMC. A whole nothing burger was made. And we sold the low of day on FedEx. Glad with that one. After some of this transpires, I need to start looking at daily time frame charts for a potential swing. But we have more news tomorrow. We have trade balance, jobless claims, factory orders, Apple earnings. And then Friday we have unemployment, non-farm, PMI. Okay, so I think the only thing that scares me after today's news is probably Apple earnings. That and maybe the jobless claims, but that honestly, jobless claims isn't as bad. We'll see though. Still just holding this hammer. Nothing crazy. Yeah, I guess we're just kind of back in the same seat we were over an hour ago. We are waiting to see what the news brings us. Anybody do anything cool while we were all gone? Anybody go make a bunch of money, go lose a bunch of money, or go do something cool in real life? Not on the market? Drake said, did some international financial management homework. International financial management. Also took like 5 rips to the brain. Ace said, picked up some drugs. Did some things and stuff, Jack said. Good. See, y'all were busy while I was gone. Oh, Ace dropped you off the... Okay, that makes sense. Oh, that was the international financial management. I see. He said, no, that was serious. No, I actually did do homework, I swear. Racketeering. Maybe I shouldn't be leaving y'all alone. Everybody catch a charge while I'm gone. Insider trading. Damn, Tobias is still sending us crazy pictures. Oh, I was like, wait, why is the sun coming down? I forgot. We're across the world from each other. Rocket League? No, he's... RL, what's that? That's Ralph Lauren, man. Alright, well, we got about 23 minutes before the... Well, I say before moves start to happen, but I don't want to lie, because, you know, what if it comes out and then we just still don't do anything? I have a feeling we're going to start moving up from the interest rate just because of us not leaving anything, but you really shouldn't use technicals to line up how you trade FOMC. Just focus on levels as they line up after the movements start to occur. If anybody wants anything to go off of, I would go off of... Let me find it. The FOMC trading guide. If anybody wants that, I'm going to repost it on the trade floor. And then I will open it real quick so we can see it. Let's see here. There she go. So FOMC trading guide. I would definitely go download this. It's free in the trade floor of the Discord. But basically, my boy Leland took a lot of time to go through a lot of different FOMC events, break down their type of trading, and gave us a really good game plan. So I hope you guys download that and enjoy it. Pretty simple info, but it's also very effective. Pretty easy to read through. As you saw, it was like just 5 pages, but it was really easy to look at. VC said, got done with some work and enjoyed chicken curry for lunch. A says, let's push the previous day closed and let JPow speak. Yeah, that's probably high probability, actually. I laugh, but that can actually happen. Just smack it real quick and then see what happens after. We shall see, though. Tobias says, if Powell says AI, we're going to all-time high. When I left, I was worried that it was going to kick me from the Discord voice chat. But then I remembered I don't have an AFK channel, so it couldn't have kicked me anywhere. Oh, y'all can remove these, by the way. That was just the... I was looking at that, so I was like, what am I looking at? It's the, that was the 1 minute demand we drew, like, way earlier from way over here. But it broke that twice. Looks like we're rejecting again. Current day open is a pain in the ass for the buyers today, isn't it? Multiple lower highs. We have another lower high popping up. Not at the exact same angle, but a fourth lower high to pop up. But I will say this. This didn't make a new low. And this did make a new high over this. So we did break trend on the downside and the bottom side both times. So technically this is actually giving room for buyers to show up. But we maintain control under current day open. We have to assume that downside is probably the higher side probability scenario. We'll see though. When it comes to FOMC, it's all just guessing. I'm just trying to give you all a decent direction on what it can do past certain levels. Beyond that, nobody has an idea. Don't ever let anybody tell you they know what FOMC is going to do. They have no idea. They might have a general idea, but they don't know. Picked up some Kit Kats when I was out. I had to get a candy. We talked about candy in here, and then I was like, damn, I kind of want one. Want some chocolate. Got a little bit of an, sorry, I almost said inside bar, inverted hammer at the rejection of current day open on the 5-minute. Getting a little bit of an evening star look against that resistance. We have about 17 minutes before the interest rate comes out, and then 30 minutes after that, we'll have Jerome Powell speak as well. Which, when that stream becomes live, I'll grab the stream link and I'll post it. I'll try to share the audio as well. All that good stuff. Now, if you're in Discord, you're going to have to actually go click on the stream link on YouTube or go click on the one I send. Or just watch the price action. That's cool too. You don't have to hear any of it. Who's Jerome Powell? Did he make KFC? Sure. Thomp. Looks like Daffy's doing some stuff on the trade floor. We got a couple of people doing some trades there. Wait, what am I reading? Ace, you said started taking Adderall 37 days ago and have seen, and then it just a screenshot of today. What am I missing here? He said, bro, shit me one. You just want one? Started taking Adderall 37 days ago. Now I can see the future. But what are y'all's guesses? Again, these are all just a fun guess, but what do you think today is going to do after a lot more of the news starts pushing price action around? Do you guys think we're going to pump beyond the supply of 501.50 and the previous day close of 502.04 and start pushing towards 504, 505, 506? Do you think we're going to reject? Do you think we're going to dump under 499.50, which is the pre-market low, and make it towards those lower levels? What do y'all think is going to happen after the movement hopefully starts moving us around? I mean, we're going to get a test of both sides probably. If you guys know anything about FOMC, you know that we're going to get a test of probably pre-market low and previous day close, 499.50 and 502. Probably get both of those to hit. But true direction, though, you know, we'll never know. Well, I mean, we'll know after, but we won't know before. Tobias says printer goes burr. Drake says going back to 490s. I'm expecting an outside bar on the weekly, Garden Trader says. Looking at the bigger picture. Maddie. Is the music still playing on YouTube? Damn, we made it to the last 4 minutes of that 3-hour non-copyright music thing I listened to. Man, my Spotify is screwed up from y'all. Last year, y'all know how like at the end of the year it counts like the minutes and different songs you've listened to? Well, Spotify was how I originally only listened to music for the streams, and so we were racking up like crazy minutes. Like naturally, I was already getting like 50 to 60,000 minutes on my own. And then I started streaming for y'all, and it would play music too, and I was pushing like almost 200,000 minutes. Sometimes more. But I stopped doing it this year, so now my Spotify's gonna be like all dead and stuff. William thinks we'll go up to 504. Tobias says TLT making a day high before Powell. No, they're just calling out guesses, Tobias. They're not saying it's going there. Just guesses, fun guesses. Make sure to stretch your legs, guys. In about 11 minutes, some news should start popping up. I should start seeing links for Powell pretty soon. All right, we got about 6 minutes, and then the news should be coming out. If you guys want something that's kind of cool that you can pull up, is financialjuice.com. You could just pull this up on a tab, leave it up on your screen or something. As the news comes out, you'll see good breakdowns on what's making it go down, what comments might have been said. So if you're interested in anything like that, you can have that up. It's free. Personally, I don't like to look at it too long. I'll look at it afterwards, just get a review. But during the moment, I just like to look at the chart. Seeing another lower high under today's open. If this candle holds up red, of course. Ace thinks we're going higher. EQL high, 1140, 1335 fill gap. Then I don't know where we are going. Just be honest. What's up, King Carnage? How you doing, man? Excuse me. Got a haircut, breakfast, and now you're back for FOMC. Good stuff, dude. Damn, you got breakfast and a haircut. King Carnage is on it today. God, there's some memes going on in TradeFlow right now. So Senfo posted this input. He's ready. Then he posted this. Missing the buy sell algo indicator in Bollinger Band, VWAP, Misi says, and RSI. I said, wow, all of this and you still didn't even mark the pre-market low. I mean, what even is this picture? Like, this is just heinous on every level. Look, it says dark pool randomly right there. Oh my god. It's such amazing artwork. It's crazy. Damn it, I got the hiccups. You know a really stupid method someone told me that actually works to get rid of hiccups? If you say mayonnaise, that exact way, that weird way, mayonnaise. So apparently if you say that a few times, it'll make your hiccups go away. I wish the person that told me that was here right now so I could laugh at him. Watch, I won't hiccup again. It's so weird. FOMC. What's up, William? Yes, sir. FOMC is starting. Well, the interest rate is just news. That's just going to come out, and you're just going to see price action. In 30 minutes, you'll actually get to hear from Jerome Powell. But this is just news coming out. There's nothing to really watch here besides the price action. But let's see. What is the news? How screwed as Americans are we? Came in at an actual of 5.5, which that's what was forecasted and the previous. So we're in line. 5.5%, nothing crazy. So in theory that we should go up because we're in line. But be very careful. Like I said, you need to watch over previous day close and pre-market low. This range right here, this is the range I've been posting. This is really just all we're looking at. Between two levels. Keeping it simple. The PMI data was mixed. The manufacturing was declined. Prices paid and employment indices came out higher than expected. And now we have interest rate. And interest rate coming in line, 5.5%. The rate statement is still to come out, and then we'll have Powell in 30 minutes. Fed, the risk to achieving employment and inflation goals have moved toward better balance over the past year, as opposed to are moving into better balance in the March policy statement. So they replaced that. Nothing crazy there. If you guys want to see everything, you can just, again, go to financialjuice.com/home. Should take you to where all the news is being posted. You can actually click on the whole statement if you want. It'll take you to this amazing link. If you're on Discord, awkward, you can't see what I'm showing. But just a link on federalreserve.gov, and then it gives you a link. But you can read everything that's being talked about in the news. You don't have to just skip over. But to be fair, you can just wait for the news. You'll get a better summary. Traders are seeing a Fed rate cut most likely in November. So November is the new target for a new rate cut. Short-term interest rate futures contracts rise after the Fed releases the FOMC statement. Yeah, that's it so far. Which, again, guys, if you want to see news on this and you're in Discord and you don't see what I'm showing, go to Daily Updates channel. Eric is posting updates. A perfect touch of 50204. No push beyond it. I'm not joking. Go to the trade floor and go to that FOMC guide that was posted. Download it and look how scary accurate it'll be. The Fed does not expect it will be appropriate to cut rates until it has gained greater confidence inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. So no rate cut, but nothing else, really. I mean, this was kind of all in the script, I guess. Statement notes that the Fed does not expect to appropriate. I already read that. Yeah, so no rate cut. Inline data. Fed needs to see more evidence of things getting better, of inflation moving towards 2%. They do not see that yet, so we're not getting an interest rate cut. Which means we all get the luxury of everyone telling us for the next couple weeks that the next PCE, the next CPI, these are the greatest pieces of data that have ever hit the sheets ever in existence. This will be the most important time of your life as a trader and investor. You're going to hear these things for the next couple weeks because of this, because they're making us wait. So they're basically making us wait for more info. That next info is going to be weighed heavily upon. It's going to be fun. Now, if Powell can come out and show us that he has a dovish tone or a hawkish tone, then I think that will be where you get your better, clear direction for at least today, and maybe even short term, but we'll see. Don't get your hopes up. Alright, now I need to find a link for this Jerome Powell thing. Let me go get it. What's today's date? May 1st. Oy. Okay, and I already found a link, I think. I don't want to watch this on C-SPAN. Alright, hold up. We're going to find a different link. Home. Should be a news conference here somewhere. Oh, it's staring me right in the face. It's right here. Can I... What am I looking at? Is there a way to, like, make this bigger? No? Okay. Alright, we're going back to YouTube. I believe there's a better link that's sitting there waiting for me. The Federal Reserve should be live. Yep, they are. Alright, I'm gonna mute it for now, but I'll be playing it on the YouTube stream if anybody needs it. Now, he won't be live for another 23 minutes, and sometimes it's longer than that. Sometimes he's a couple minutes early. Most of the time, though, he's like 5-6 minutes late, so don't expect on the dot 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. It might be a couple minutes after, but that's the target time, so we're expecting him at 2:30. So in 23 minutes, should hear him speak. Yo, what's up, VKK? How you doing, man? What's up, Toma? I see both of you down there. Good to see both of you. Mario, I see you. James, good to see everybody. Hanuma. Seeing a couple names I don't see all the time. Good to see you guys. Probably just gave a couple of you a heart attack. What's up, brother? Just popping in to see how everything is going with you. Going good, man. Just chilling, trying to get the stream schedule going again. We were live for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday last week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week. Probably going to be again tomorrow. on Discord and YouTube. So just trying to keep the schedule going. I think this Friday, though, will actually be a pretty good day for trading, though. So even if I don't stream, people should still try to trade Friday. We need a rigged emoji. We do. Y'all need to give me a idea then. If you have an idea for rigged, or do you just want me to put the word? A nothing burger is very possible, VC. Though none of us want to, you know, realize it. That is very true. The hell did that come from? That was a soundboard on Discord. The cricket noises. Month of presidential elections too. Oh, November. Yeah. That'll be fun. There's a script? Of course there's a script. Fade the initial reaction. I like Andrew's thought process. I saw a lot of guesses for what might happen. I'm seeing kind of 50-50, so good to see we got people kind of thinking all kinds of things, which is good. Thank you, Ace. He says you're all welcome. Same way for the good ceilings. Ah, Ace. Okay, okay. I kind of like that. It's good that you're the one giving us the idea for it, considering you're the one who types it the most. Especially when we play marbles. Or the wheel giveaway. Or, you know, like any side game that isn't, like, stock market related. And even then. Leland had a pretty funny one, but I'm not showing it on stream. But his was probably the best one for the definition of rigged. Looking to see if we get a buyer move through the previous day close of 502.04 or a seller move through the lows of the pre-market low at 499.50. Everything else inside of that is the range. "15 minutes, everybody. 15 minutes." I have the stream playing already on my other screen. I'm just waiting for it to actually start before I reshare it in chat or show what's in 15 minutes. You're messing with me, right? Nah, he's messing with me. I'm not answering. He's messing with me. There's no way. Alright, I'm posting the chart on Trade Floor just because that last 5-minute candle closed. Oh. I should have named today's stream FOMC and Powell. Oh wait, I should have just answered you with this emoji. The Noxta emote. Ace, I didn't read your comment at first, but I went back into chat because I had to find something. And I see somewhere where you put, "Was there news?" And then I looked at the timestamp and it said 105. Was there news? You wouldn't think it. I still can't find what I'm looking for. Oh, here it is. High to fill the gap to I don't know. Had to take profit and it was hit right away. Nice, Ace. Fill gap to IDK, that got me. So far still maintaining a a rejection of previous day close. A re-break of today's open would be pretty wild. You already got one in the previous candle. This candle's fighting for its life. God, my throat's screwed. He says, Mel says, the second he says hello, it will tank. We shall see. Like I said, I have it up on my other screen. I'm just kind of waiting on it. Pretty bullish candle here. If you got a nice close over, that'd be a really good sign for bulls, but this is the perfect spot for a lower high. Really got to watch your eye on that current day open. They've been jump roping it all day with lower highs, and like I said, this was the first time a new low wasn't made when they came back down, because they'd make a new low, go up, make a new low, go up. They came down here, did not make a new low, came up here, broke the recent lower high, tested the second lower high. So they actually started changing trend on the move before the news started coming out. And now we're getting a break above today's open, still under previous day close. Trying to hold on to today's open between these two candles, I'd say. So it's at a very, very crucial spot for both sides. And it's perfect timing, too. Powell's going to be speaking in about 9 to 10 minutes. Just watching cars in the background of this FOMC stream. I think I'm going to move the chart like this. Nah, we'll leave it. And then I'm going to put the stream like this. Oh, y'all can't see it on YouTube like that. I got to move it like this, don't I? I guess it really doesn't matter as long as y'all hear him, right? I'll just mute the music whenever it starts. And then turn him up. Will someone carry him to the stand? I mean, Jerome Powell can walk. So everybody on Discord, if you're going to want to listen to the Jerome Powell thing, I'm just going to go ahead and relink it into the trade floor. So if you want to listen in on it, you can. I don't really have a way of playing that into the Discord. We'll be focusing on the price action in the Discord. I'll play the audio for everyone who's on the YouTube stream. Oh, okay, you want to see if he gets intruders again. Okay, well, I can share it on the screen when it starts. We'll watch it together. I don't think that'll happen again. I think it's wild it even happened one time. I don't care what anyone says. Regardless of anyone's opinions here about anyone on the Federal Reserve, I don't care who you are. I see a group of random people headed towards him. they need to be tackled or something. Like, they shouldn't even be let near that stand. I don't care about freedom of speech. Yeah, there's freedom of speech, but then there's like, you're literally up in his space when he's trying to tell the whole country about just all this information we're getting about the inflation data and how they're gonna move on it, you know? It's like, what? This is not the place for this. Go somewhere else with this. That was just wild. I hope we never see that again. That was just disrespectful. That was wild. It's cool to stand up for what you believe in, but at the same time, there's limits. That was a little wild. But yes, I will show it on the stream in case there are more intruders and they try to tackle Jerome Powell or something. I thought it was that. I mean, it was hilarious though, because yes, it was disrespectful, but it also brought us the greatest meme from Jerome Powell to the day, like to this date. We still have not gotten a funnier meme, and there has never been a funnier line from him. When he says, "Shut that effing door," that was hilarious. That was the best line ever. Because there's like, everyone's sitting there freaking out, like, what do we do? What do we do? He's over here just like, just shut the damn door. That's so funny. What is this about? Oh, we were just talking about that Jerome Powell thing with people intruding on the meeting. What were they even yelling? Wasn't it like for nature or something? Exactly, yeah. There's freedom of speech and then there's being an a-hole. Alright, I'm going to pull it up on the screen while the price action's here. I'm going to hide the YouTube chat. I'm going to pause the music. I know I'm in complete control today. We're really, really killing it. So we're going to put this here. Yeah, there's fine. We got price action here. We see all the levels. Pre-market low, previous day close. We're actually pushing above previous day close for a third time now. No closes over yet, though. And yeah, everybody has the link on Discord. We should be fine now. And here, y'all want to listen to the audio I have to listen to? Where the hell's the volume button? Oh, here it is. There we go. We're all on the same page now. Look, I already liked the stream too. I'm supporting the Federal Reserve, dude. I liked it. Chat is disabled. Boring. I think one time they had it on and it was pretty bad. I think I remember it being very, very toxic. Like, it was just straight up people spamming like, pump the stock market, pump SPY, or something like that. It was pretty funny. Very toxic though. I can see why they disabled the chat. I don't blame them. Did your music just blend in with the Fed stream? No, I turned it off. I muted the music for now. No music until after Powell's done. Tobias. Alright. So he should be popping up here any minute. But like I told y'all before, there are those chances where they're not here on the exact minute, so just be patient. Let's see if we can get some movement on this chart. The chart's begging for it. Look at it. It's begging to close above 502. It's most likely going to with that candle. It's begging to go to 504. Drake said, liquidating grandma's house right now to add into it. Talk about AMC. Oh my God, Faith, please don't start. Oh my God, the stream changed. All right, things are happening. Oh wait, y'all can't hear this. Hold up, I gotta change the stream. There we go. You should have volume now. Okay, I gotta put my headset on. Is there volume on this? Okay, there's not. Okay, I'm not tripping. Oh, he's coming out. Why aren't they clapping for him? They should be... The crowd should be roaring as he enters the room.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. The economy has made considerable progress toward our dual mandate objectives. Inflation has eased substantially over the past year, while the labor market has remained strong. And that's very good
YouTube,
news.
tell me if that's too loud or not.
But inflation is still too high. Further progress in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain. We are fully committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal. Restoring price stability is essential to achieve a sustainably strong labor market that benefits all.
This is all script.
Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings, though at a slower pace.
Spam the Powell
A
emotes.
restrictive stance of monetary policy has been putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation, and the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals have moved toward better balance over the past year. However, in recent months, inflation has shown a lack of further progress toward our 2% objective, and we remain highly attentive to inflation risks. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. Although GDP growth moderated from 3.4% in the fourth quarter of last year to 1.6% in the first quarter, private domestic final purchases, which excludes inventory investment, government spending, and net exports, and usually sends a clearer signal on underlying demand, was 3.1% in the first quarter, as strong as the second half of 2023. Consumer spending has been robust over the past several quarters, even as high interest rates have weighed on housing and equipment investment. Improving supply conditions
3% is
have
the new
supported
2%.
resilient demand
Entrenched
and the strong
inflation will be a
performance of the
bitch.
U.S. economy over the past
Excuse my
year.
language.
The labor market remains relatively tight, but supply and demand conditions have come into better balance. Payroll job gains averaged 276,000 jobs per month in the first quarter, while the unemployment rate remains low
It's
at
transitory.
3.8%. Strong job creation over the past year has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, reflecting increases in participation among individuals aged 25 to 54 years and a continued strong pace of immigration. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, but labor demand still exceeds the supply of available workers. Inflation has eased notably over the past year, but remains above our longer-run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 2.7% over the 12 months ending in March. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. The inflation data received so far this year have been higher than expected. Although some measures of short-term inflation expectations have increased in recent months, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys, of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. The committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%, and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings, though at a slower pace. Over the past year, as labor market tightness has
Slowing
eased
down on QT.
and inflation has declined, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals have moved toward better balance. The economic outlook is uncertain, however, and we remain highly attentive to inflation risks. We've stated that we do not expect that it will be appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds rate until we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. So far this year, the data have not given us that greater confidence. In particular, and as I noted earlier, readings on inflation have come in above expectations. It is likely that gaining such greater confidence will take longer than previously expected. We are prepared to maintain the current target range for the federal funds rate for as long as appropriate. We're also prepared to respond to an unexpected
Daffy
weakening
said
in the
someone
labor
make him
market.
stop talking.
We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or
He really
too
hasn't
much
said anything
could result
crazy
in a
yet.
reversal of the progress we've seen on inflation.
Just saying shit we already
At the
know.
same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic
Wait till the
activity and
questions. The
employment.
questions is when it can get
In
spicy.
considering any adjustments to
He's
the
probably
target
gonna
range
stick to
for
the
federal
script till
funds
then.
rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data,
We already
the
know
evolving
QT is
outlook,
slowing.
and the balance of risks. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of
Quantitative
our dual
tightening.
mandate. We will continue to make decisions meeting by meeting.
It's my
Turning
quant.
to our balance sheet, the committee decided at today's meeting to slow
From
the
The Big
pace of
Short.
decline in our securities holdings, consistent with the plans we released previously. Specifically, the
He
cap
won
on
a
Treasury
competition-
redemptions will be lowered
a
from the
math
current $60
competition in
billion per month
China.
to $25 billion per month as of June 1. Consistent with the committee's intention to hold primarily Treasury securities in
God,
the
The Big
longer
Short
run,
is such a good movie.
we're leaving the cap on agency securities unchanged per month, and we will reinvest any proceeds in excess of this cap in Treasury securities. With principal payments on agency securities currently running at about $15 billion per month, total portfolio runoff will amount to roughly $40 billion per month. The decision to slow the pace of runoff does
Rob,
not
that's a good
mean that
question.
our
He
balance
put, I
sheet will
wonder if in the
ultimately shrink by
press
less than
room,
it
does
would
he have a chart
otherwise,
of SPY
but
next to
rather
the
allows us to
teleprompter?
approach its ultimate level more gradually. In particular, slowing the pace of runoff will help ensure a smooth transition, reducing the possibility that money markets experience stress and thereby facilitating the ongoing decline in our securities holdings that are consistent with reaching the appropriate level of ample reserves. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country.
No way.
Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Finally, here's where it's gonna get spicy. This is where it either continues to rally or you get the true
Schneider with
direction.
Reuters. A question to follow up, if I could. Do you
Come on.
consider the current policy rate still?
Someone press him.
Are you confident that it's sufficiently restrictive to get inflation back to 2%?
So I do think the evidence shows, pretty clearly that policy is restrictive and is weighing on demand. And there are a few places I would point to for that. You can start with the labor market. So demand is still strong, the demand side of the labor market in particular, but it's cooled from its extremely high level of a couple of years ago. And you see that in job openings. You saw it, more evidence of that today in the JOLTS report, as you'll know. It's still higher than pre-pandemic, but it has been coming down both in the Indeed report and in the JOLTS report. That's demand cooling. The same is true of quits and hiring rates, which have essentially normalized. I also we look at surveys of workers and, pardon me, surveys of workers and businesses and ask workers, are jobs plentiful, and ask businesses, are workers plentiful? Is it easy to find workers?
Bro hit a dab before he got up on the
And you've seen that
mic.
the answers to those have come back down to
All right, we're hitting
pre-pandemic
5:04:35.
level.
That's kind of nuts.
In interest-sensitive spending,
Let me move
like
the chart
housing
over, I
and
guess.
investment, you also see that higher interest rates are weighing on those activities. So I do think it's clear that, that policy is restrictive.
Sufficiently restrictive, I guess is the word.
So I would say that we believe it is restrictive, and we believe over time it will be sufficiently restrictive. That will be a question that, that the data will have to answer.
So as a follow-up, if inflation
Pardon me.
continues running roughly sideways as it has been, the
Yeah,
job
someone give him
market
some
stays
water.
reasonably
Damn, we got all these
strong,
unopened
unemployment
waters in
low,
the
and
room.
expectations are anchored
Throw
and
one up to him.
maintained. Would you disrupt that for?
Expectations are not anchored.
Or
You
anchored,
just see
or
someone
anchored,
chunk one
stable,
up to the stage
roughly.
to him.
Would you disrupt that for the last half point on PCE?
You know, I don't want to get into complicated hypotheticals.
Stone
but
cold
I
Steve
would say
Austin
that, you know,
style.
we're committed to retaining our current restrictive stance of policy for as long as is appropriate, and we'll do that.
Gina. Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. I wonder, obviously, Michelle Bowman has been saying that there is a risk that rates may need to increase further, although it's not her baseline outlook.
It
I
smacked
wonder
that
if you
level
see that as a
fast.
risk as well, and if so, what change in conditions would merit considering raising rates at this point?
So I think it's unlikely that the next policy
Great
rate
question.
move will be a hike. I'd say it's unlikely.
Cornering him to give an opinion.
You know, our policy focus is really what I just mentioned, which is how long to keep policy
Someone give
restrictive.
whoever asked that a raise.
You
Give
ask
her a
what would it
raise.
take? You know, I think we'd need to see persuasive evidence that our policy stance is not sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation sustainably down to 2% over time. That's not what we think we're seeing, as I mentioned. But that's
Oh, he
something like
sounds
that is
so
what it would
bullish, it's
take.
crazy.
We'd look at the totality of the data, answer to that question. That would include inflation expectations, and all the other data too.
They're stopping at 505.78. That's the previous day control point.
Well, I think, again, the test, what I'm saying is, if we were to come to that conclusion that policy weren't tight
And
enough.
she
to
said, "Hold up,
achieve
answer
that."
my damn
So it
question.
would be the totality of all the things we'd be looking at. It could be expectations, it could be a combination of things. But if we reach that conclusion and we don't see evidence supporting that conclusion, that's what it would take, I think, for us to take that step.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You didn't mention the idea that rates are at a peak for the cycle, and didn't mention the idea that it might be appropriate to cut rates later this year, as you have at previous press conferences. So has the Fed sort of dropped its easing bias? Where are you standing on that?
So on, let me address cuts. So obviously, our decisions that we make on our policy rate are going to depend on the incoming data, how the outlook is evolving, and the balance of risks, as always. And we'll look at the totality of the data. So I think, and we think, that policy is well positioned to address different paths that the economy might take. And we've said that we don't think it would be appropriate to dial back our restrictive policy stance until we've gained
Can you
greater
believe we
confidence
pumped
that
all
inflation
that
is moving
much
down
and we're just
sustainably
still
toward
at yesterday's
2%.
halfway point?
So, for example, let me take a path. If we did have a path where inflation proves more persistent than expected and where the labor market remains strong, but inflation is moving sideways and we're not gaining greater confidence, well, that would be a case in which it could be appropriate to hold off on rate cuts. I think there's also other paths that the economy could take which would cause us to want to consider rate cuts, and those would be, two of those paths would be that we do gain greater confidence, as we've said, that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. And another path could be, an unexpected weakening in the labor market, for example. So those are paths in which you could see us cutting rates. So I think it really will depend on the data. In terms of peak rate, I think really it's the same question. I think the data will have to answer that question for us.
Well, and could you just follow on the path where you might not cut? Is that, you mentioned that it would be inflation persistent. I mean, is inflation, would that be the key data in making that decision, or could you expand a bit more on that? Thank you.
Again, we've set ourselves a test that for us to begin to reduce policy restriction.
And they're pushing
we
it.
want to be confident that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. And for sure, one of the things we'd be looking at is the performance of inflation. We'd also be looking at inflation expectations. We'd be looking at the whole story, but clearly incoming inflation data would be at the very heart of that decision.
Nick Timrose of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, to what extent has the easing in financial conditions since November contributed to the reacceleration in growth? And do you now expect a period of sustained tighter financial conditions will be needed to resume the sort of disinflation the economy saw last year?
So I think it's hard to know that. I think we'll be able to look back,
Guy talks weird.
down the road and look back and understand it better.
I think he needs sleep. Sounded like he was tired as hell.
Let's look at growth. Really, what we've seen so far this year in the first quarter is growth coming in about consistent with where it was last year. I know GDP came in lower, but you don't see an acceleration in growth. I mean, the thought would be that financial conditions loosened in December, and that caused an uptick in activity, and that caused inflation. Presumably that's or tightening in the labor market. You don't really see that happening. What you see is economic activity at a level that's roughly the same as last year. So, what's causing this inflation, we'll have a better sense of that over time. I don't know that there's an obvious connection there, though, with the easing of financial conditions. In terms of tightening, you're right. I mean, rates are certainly higher now and have been for some time than they were before the December meeting, and they're higher, and that's tighter financial conditions, and that's appropriate given what inflation has done in the first quarter.
You've said in the past that stronger growth wouldn't necessarily preclude rate cuts. I wonder, would continued strength in the labor market change your view about the appropriate stance of policy if it was accompanied by signs that wage growth was reaccelerating?
So I just want to be careful that we don't target wage growth or the labor market. And remember what we saw last year: very strong growth, a really tight labor market, and a historically fast decline in inflation. So and that's because we know there are two forces at work here. There's the unwinding of the pandemic-related supply side distortions and demand side distortions, and there's also monetary policy, restrictive monetary policy. So I wouldn't rule out that something like that can't continue. I wouldn't give up.
Sorry, if you're on Discord, I'm not talking much because we're just listening to Powell.
Either because we do see that that companies still report that there are supply side issues that they're facing, and also, even when the supply side issues are solved, it should take some time for that to affect
William, I know which one you're talking
activity and
about.
ultimately inflation. So there are still those things. So I don't like to say that either a strong either growth or a strong labor market in and of itself would automatically create problems on inflation, because of course it didn't do that last year. You ask about wages. We also don't target wages. We target price inflation. It is one of the inputs. The point with wages is, of course, we like everyone else like to see high wages, but we also want to see them not eaten up by high inflation. And that's really what we're trying to do is to cool the economy and work with what's happening on the supply side to bring the economy back to 2% inflation. And part of that will probably be having wage increases move down incrementally toward levels that are more sustainable.
Rachel. Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. You talked about needing time to gain more confidence that inflation is sustainably moving back down to 2%. It's May now. Do you have time this year to cut 3 times, just given the calendar?
Yeah, I'm not really thinking of it that way. What we said is that we need to be more confident, and we've said, my colleagues and I today said that we didn't see progress in the first quarter, and I've said that it appears then that it's going to take longer for us to reach that point of confidence. So I don't know how long it'll take. I can just say that when we get that confidence, then rate cuts will be in scope, and I don't know exactly when that will be.
And with hindsight, are there any signs that you can look back on now, looking at the reports from January or February or March, that suggested something more worrying than just expected bumpiness?
Not really. So I thought it was appropriate to reserve judgment until we had the full quarter's data, until we saw the March data. And so take a step back. What do we now see in the first quarter? We see strong economic activity. We see a strong labor market, and we see inflation. We see 3 inflation readings. So I think you're at a point there where you should take some signal. We don't like to react to 1 or 2 months' data, but this is a full quarter. And I think it's appropriate to take signal now, and we are taking signal. And the signal that we're taking is that it's likely to take longer for us to gain confidence that we are on a sustainable path than a 2% inflation. That's the signal that we're taking,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could, Steve Leisman, CNBC, if I could follow up on that. What particular areas were sort of temporary or blips in the inflation data in the first quarter? And what's the dynamic by which you expect them to work out in the coming months and quarters?
Yeah. So we will, we will put the thing, we have put the thing under a microscope. I will say nothing is going to come out of that that's going to change the view, I think, that in fact we didn't gain confidence and that it's going to take longer to get that confidence. But confidence, I just think, you know the story. What's happened since December is you've seen higher goods inflation than expected, and you've seen higher non-housing services inflation than expected, and those two are working together to sort of be higher than we had thought. And there are stories behind how that happened, and I think my expectation is that we will, over the course of this year, see inflation move back down. That's my forecast. I think my confidence in that is lower than it was because of the data that we've seen. So we're looking at those things. We also continue to expect, and I continue to expect, that housing services inflation, given where market rents are, those will show up in measured housing services inflation over time. We believe that it will. It looks like that there are
Job,
substantial
Alexis.
lags between when lower market rates turned up and for new tenants, and when it shows up for existing tenants or for in-housing services. So,
if I could just follow up, is there a bit of a contradiction in the idea that you are reducing quantitative tightening, which is sort of an easing, while you're holding rates steady at a restrictive rate to try to slow and cool the economy and inflation? Thank you.
No, I wouldn't say that, no. I mean, the active tool of monetary policy is, of course, interest rates. And this is a plan
New high of
long
day
had in place
on SPY.
to slow, really not in order to, to provide accommodation to the economy, but to be less restrictive to the economy. It really is to ensure that the process of shrinking the balance sheet down to where we want to get it is a smooth one and doesn't wind up with financial market turmoil the way it did the last time we did this, and the only other time we've ever done this.
Torres from Bloomberg. 2 questions. First, simple one. Given the run of data since March, has the probability in your mind of no cuts this year increased or stayed the same? That's the first question. Second question. Chair Powell, you joined the board in 2012, and I'm sure you remember, as I do, what the jobless recovery was like. Lawyers, accountants, all kinds of highly qualified people who couldn't get jobs. And given your history there, I wonder if there's an argument for being more patient with inflation here. We have strong productivity growth. That's helping wages go up. We have good employment. And so it seems to me there's a lot of hysteria about inflation. I agree, it's, nobody likes it, but is there an argument for being patient and working with the economic cycle to get it down over time? Thank you.
So on your first question, I don't have a probability estimate for you, but all I can say is that, we've said that we didn't think it would be appropriate to cut until we were more confident that inflation was moving sustainably at 2%. We didn't get, our confidence in that didn't increase in the first quarter, and in fact, What really happened was we came to the view that it will take longer to get that confidence. And I think I think it's, the economy has been very hard for forecasters broadly to predict, to predict its path, but there are paths to not cutting, and there are paths to cutting. It's really going to depend on the data. In terms of the employment mandate, to your point, if you go back a couple of years, our sort of framework document says that when you look at the two mandate goals, and if one of them's further away from goal than the other, then you focus on that one. It actually, it's the time to get back there times the, times how far it is from the goal. And that was clearly inflation. So our focus was very much on inflation. And this is what we referred to in the statement. As inflation has come down now to below 3% on a 12-month basis, it's become, we're now focusing, the other goal, the employment goal, now comes back in to focus. And so we are focusing on it. And that's how we think about that.
Claire. Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to ask the questions. Just to go back to the answer before the previous one, it seemed to suggest that you think the likeliest path of inflation is one that's going to allow you to have a situation where rates are lower at the end of the year than they are right now. It would be good if you could just confirm whether or not that's a correct reading. And the Q1 GDP print has led to some to start mentioning the term stagflation with respect to the US economy. Do you or anyone else on the FOMC think this is now a risk? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not dealing really in likelihoods. I think there are paths that the economy can take that would involve cuts, and there are paths that wouldn't. And I don't have great confidence in which of those paths. I think I would say my personal forecast is that we will begin to see further progress on inflation this year. I don't know that it will be sufficient. I don't know that it won't. I think we're going to have to let the data lead us on that. In terms of your second question was stagflation. I guess I would say I was around for stagflation, and it was 10% unemployment. It was high single digits inflation. Right now we have and very slow growth. So right now we have 3% growth, which is pretty solid growth, I would say, by any measure, and we have inflation running under 3%. So I don't really understand where that's coming from. And in addition, I would say most forecasters, including our forecasting, was that last year's level of growth was very high, 3.4% in, I guess, the fourth quarter, and probably not going to be sustained and would come down. But that would be our forecast. That wouldn't be stagflation. That would still be to a very healthy level of growth. And of course, with inflation, we will return inflation to 2%, and that won't be. So I don't see the stag or the inflation, actually.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. The vice chair of the FOMC said recently that he's willing to consider the idea that potential growth has moved up, and of course he's Mr. Potential Growth, our star. Do you share that view, and would that imply that maybe policy isn't tight enough?
So I think I would take that question this way. We saw a year of very high productivity growth in 2023. And we saw a year of, I think, negative productivity growth in 2022. So I think it's hard to draw from the data. The question is, will productivity run? There are two questions. One is, will productivity run, persistently above its longer run trend? I don't think we know that. In terms of potential output, though, if that's a separate question. We've had what amounts to a significant increase in the potential output of the economy that's not about productivity. It was about having more labor, frankly, both through, in 2023, both through participation and also through immigration. So we're very much like other forecasters and economists getting our arms around what that means for potential output this year and next year, and last year for that matter too. So I think in that case, I think you really do have a significant increase in potential output. But you've also got, so you've got more supply, but those people also come in, they work, they have jobs, they spend, so you've also got demand. So it may be that you get more supply than you get demand at the beginning, but ultimately it should be neither inflationary nor disinflationary over a longer period.
Well, you said earlier that at this point, you're not really considering rate increases. If growth is higher, but you're not considering rate increases, does that imply that you're more worried about causing the economy to slow too much than you are about inflation taking off again?
New high of day.
No, I think we believe our policy stance is in a good place and is appropriate to the current situation. We believe it's restrictive. And, you know, our evidence for that I went over earlier. You see it in
Over
the labor market,
507.50
you see it
could
in
be headed towards
inflation-sensitive
510s. That's
spending,
crazy.
Where demand has clearly come down a lot over the past few years. And that's more from monetary policy, whereas the supply side things that are happening are more on the supply side. So that's how I would think about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. So GDP growth is about 2%. Inflation, employment is about 4%. It feels a lot like a steady state, and we have 3% inflation. So if the data remains the same that you're seeing, and I know you said you don't see a rate hike, but it stands to reason that you would need a rate hike to get from 3 to 2% inflation. So was there any discussion about a rate hike in today's meeting? And, you know, are you satisfied with 3% inflation for the rest of the year?
Well, of course, we're not satisfied with 3% inflation. 3% can't be in a sentence with satisfied.
What was that question?
So we will return inflation to 2% over time, but over time. And we think our policy stance is appropriate to do that. So if we were to conclude that policy is not sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation sustainably down to 2%, then that would be what it would take for us to want to increase rates. We don't see that. We don't see evidence for that. So that's where we are.
Was there a discussion about a rate hike at all?
So the policy focus has really been on what to do about holding the current level of restriction. That's part of the policy. That's where the policy discussion was in the meeting.
Yeah, I wanted to follow on the 3%.
Damn, King
Is there
Carnage.
a time frame of persistent inflation that would trigger a rate hike?
There isn't any rule. You can't look to a rule. You know, these are.
I'll
these
get
are
to
really
everyone's
judgment
gains
calls.
after we see the stream's over.
Clearly, restrictive monetary policy needs more time to do its job. That is pretty clear based on what we're seeing. How long that will take and how patient we should be, it's going to depend on the totality of the data, how the outlook evolves.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. You've talked about your commitment to being apolitical and nonpartisan, and I was just wondering, given that it's an election year, is the bar for rate changes higher close to an election? And similarly, is there a significant economic difference between, starting to cut in, say, September versus December?
So we're always going to do what we think the right thing for the economy is when we come to that consensus view that it's the right thing to do for the economy. That's our record. That's what we do. We're not looking at anything else. It's hard enough to get the economics right here. These are difficult things, and if we were to take on a whole nother set of factors and use that as a new filter, it would reduce the likelihood we'd actually get the economics right. So that's how we think about it around here. And we're at peace over it. We know that we'll do what we think is the right thing when we think it's the right thing, and we'll all do that. And that's how everybody around here thinks. So I can't say it enough that we just don't go down that road. If you go down that road, where do you stop? And we're not on that road. We're on the road where we're serving all the American people and making our decisions based on the data and how those data affect the outlook and the balance of risks.
And then is there a significant difference between, whether you start in, say, September versus December?
There's a significant difference between an institution that takes into account all sorts of political events and one that doesn't. That's where the significant difference is. And we just don't do that. I mean, you can go back and read the transcripts for this is my fourth election fourth presidential election here. Read all the transcripts and see if
You had to
anybody
count how
mentions
many.
in any way the pending election. It just isn't part of our thinking. It's not what we're hired to do. If we start down that road, I don't know how you stop. So.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Question about the labor market. You've mentioned a few times that the labor market is normalizing. Certainly today's JOLTS data suggested that things are kind of getting back to pre-pandemic levels. One thing that hasn't normalized is wage growth, which is still quite a bit stronger than before the pandemic. I wonder if you can share your analysis of why that's happening. Is it a lagging indicator or something else going on?
So I think if you go back to where wages peaked, wage increases peaked a couple, 3 years ago, essentially all wage measures have come down substantially to that. But they are not down to where they were before the pandemic. They're still roughly a percentage point higher. And we've seen pretty consistent progress, but not uniformly. And you'll note the ECI reading from Tuesday was expected to have come down, and essentially it was flat year over year, I think, roughly. So, yeah, I mean, it's...
I think
that
roughly...
part of it is bumpy.
The hell?
And, again, we don't target wage increases, but it, in the longer run, if you have wage increases running higher than productivity would warrant, and then there will be inflationary pressures. Employers will raise prices over time if that's the case. So we've seen progress. It has been inconsistent, but we have seen a substantial decline overall. But we have ways to go on that.
Scott. You were Nancy. Nancy, sorry.
Hey, Chair Powell, Nancy Marshall-Genzer from Marketplace. You mentioned consumers, and consumers are feeling the weight of interest rates right now. Mortgage rates are up, as are rates for car loans, credit cards. People looking to borrow are very discouraged. That's reflected in their views on the economy. What would you say to them?
Well, the thing that hurts everybody, and particularly people in the lower income brackets, is inflation. If you're a person who's living paycheck to paycheck, and suddenly all the things you buy, the fundamentals of life go up in price, you are in trouble right away. And so with those people in mind in particular, what we're doing is we're using our tools to bring down inflation. It will take some time, but we will succeed, and we will bring inflation back down to 2%, and then people won't have to worry about it again. That's what we're doing, and we know that it's painful and inconvenient, but the dividends will be paid will be very large, and everyone will share in those dividends. And we've made quite a lot of progress if you can think about it. I think headline core PCE peaked at 5.8. Now it's at, anyway, headline peaked at 7.1. Now it's at 2.7. Don't want to get that wrong.
No, you don't. Quick follow-up. Are current interest rates really doing that much, though, to fight inflation right now for those consumers?
Yes, I think that restrictive monetary policy is doing what it's supposed to do, but it's also in this case unusually working alongside and with the healing of the supply side. That was different this time was that a big part of the source of the inflation, and the reason why we're having this conversation, is that we had this supply side kind of collapse with shortages and bottlenecks and all that kind of thing. And so this was to do with the shutting down and reopening of the economy and other things that really raised demand. So many factors did that. So I think now you see those two things working together, the reversal of those supply and demand distortions from the pandemic and the response to it, along with restrictive monetary policy. Those two things are working to bring down inflation, and we've made a lot of progress. Let's remember how far we've come. And we have a ways to go. We've got work left to do, but we're not looking at the very high inflation rates that we were seeing 2 years ago.
Why are we still feeling it?
Courtney Brown from Axios. Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. I wanted to follow up on something you mentioned earlier on housing inflation. There's kind of been this long-awaited disinflation in shelter that still hasn't arrived. So I guess two questions. How do you explain the substantial lags between some of the private sector data we're seeing and the government data? And how confident are you
Bro,
that
everybody in
rents
this
will be
room needs to go
helpful
to
on the
sleep.
inflation front in the coming months?
So essentially, there are a number of places in the economy where there are just lag structures built into the inflation process, and housing is one of them. So when you have when someone a new person goes to rent an apartment, that's called market rent, and you can see market rents are barely going up at all. The inflation in those has been very low. But it takes, before that, they were incredibly high. They sort of led the high part. So what happens is those market rents take years, actually, to get all the way into rents for tenants who are rolling over their leases. Landlords don't tend to charge as much of an increase to a rollover tenant for whatever reason. And what that does is it builds up a sort of an unrealized portion of increases when there have been big increases. And what happens is, you know, it's complicated, but the story is it just takes some time for that to get in. Now, I am confident that as long as market rents remain low, this is going to show up in measured inflation, assuming that market rents do remain low. What will be the exact timing of it? I think we've learned that the lags are longer. We now think significantly longer than we thought at the beginning. And so confident that it will come, but not so confident in the timing of it. But yes, I expect that this will happen.
Thanks.
Nick Jasinski.
Thank you, Chair Powell, for taking the questions. This is Nicholas Jasinski from Barron's Magazine. It seems that over the past 3 or 4 years, economies and central banks in developed markets at least have been on more or less the same trajectory, easing during the pandemic, fighting inflation with restrictive policy on the way out. Feels like that may be ending in 2024 based on some of the economic data from Europe and the US and Japan and statements from those central banks as well. So my question is, what considerations or risks does a period of more divergent global economic trajectories and central bank policies present for the FOMC?
So you're right. I think that may happen, and you know that we all serve domestic mandates, right? So I think the difference between the United States and other countries that are now considering rate cuts is that they're just not having the kind of growth we're having. Their inflation is performing about like ours or maybe a little better, but they're not experiencing.
If you're in
the kind of growth
Discord,
we're
we're just kind of
experiencing.
chilling,
So
watching the levels
we
while Pal
actually have
finishes
the
talking and
luxury
answering
of having
questions.
strong growth and a strong labor market, very low unemployment, high job creation, and all of that. And we can be patient, and we'll be careful and cautious as we approach the decision to cut rates. Whereas I think other jurisdictions may go before that. In terms of the implications, I think obviously markets see it coming. It's priced in now, and so I think the markets and economies can adapt to it. And I think we haven't seen, in addition for the emerging market economies, we haven't seen the kind of turmoil that was more frequent 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And that's, I think, partly because emerging market countries, many of them have much better monetary policy frameworks, much more credibility on inflation, and so they're navigating this pretty well this time.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You sort of backed away from the notion that the economy would need to encounter pain for inflation to come back down. But given sticky inflation data in the first quarter, can disinflation still happen along a relatively painless path for the economy, or is some softening in the labor market and the economy likely needed to bring inflation back down?
So you're right. I think we thought, and most people thought there would have to be probably a significant dislocations somewhere in the economy, perhaps the labor market, to get inflation all the way down from the very high levels it was at the beginning of this episode. That didn't happen. That's a tremendous result. We're very, of course, gratified and pleased that hasn't happened. And if you look at the dynamics that enabled that, it really was that so much of the gain was from the unwinding of things that weren't to do with monetary policy, but the unwinding of the distortions to the economy, supply side problems, and also some demand issues as well. The unwinding of those really helped inflation come down. Now, as I've said, I'm not giving up on that. So I think it is possible that those forces will still work to help us bring inflation down. We can't be guaranteed that that's true, though. And so, you know, we're trying to use our tools in a way that keeps the labor market strong and the economy strong, but also helps bring inflation back down to 2% sustainably. We will bring inflation down to 2% sustainably. We hope we can do it without, significant dislocations in the labor market or elsewhere.
And speaking of dislocations in the labor market, in terms of cutting, you said if there were weakness in the job market, that could be a reason to cut rates. So if the unemployment rate were to tick above 4%, but inflation not back down to your 2% target, how would you look at that? Would the unemployment rate popping back above 4% catch your attention?
You know, I said an unexpected weakening is the way I characterize it. So, you know, and I'm not going to try to define exactly what I mean by that, but you know, it'd have to be meaningful and get our attention and lead us to think that the labor market was really significantly weakening for us to want to react to it. You know, a couple of tenths in the unemployment rate would probably not do that, but it would be a broader thing that would suggest that it would be appropriate to consider cutting. And I think whether you decide to cut will depend on all the facts and circumstances, not just that one.
Chair Powell, thanks for taking the question. Kyle Campbell with American Banker. You've said that broad and material changes are needed for the Basel III endgame proposal, and you've mentioned that a reproposal is something that's on the table. As you've had more time to sort of sit with the public commentary, process that, and understand the options available to you, do you have a better sense of whether a reproposal will be necessary? And do you have a timeline in mind for when some sort of movement will be made on that front, either a reproposal or a move to finalize?
So let me start by saying that the Fed is committed to, you know, completing this process and carrying out Basel III endgame in a way that's faithful to Basel and also comparable to what the other large comparable jurisdictions are doing. We haven't made any decisions on policy or on process at all. Nothing. No decisions have been made. I'll say again, though, if we conclude that reproposal is appropriate, we won't hesitate to insist on that.
And then do you need to resolve issues with the capital proposal in order to advance other parts of the regulatory agenda, or do you expect to continue to make progress on those other agenda items?
You know, there's no mechanical rule in place there, but I would say that the Basel III process is by far the most important thing, and really is, I think, occupying us at this time in terms of what we're moving ahead with.
Let's go to Mark for the last question.
Thank you, Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. Mr. Chairman, what can you tell us about the approach that you take with your role in the sense of trying to achieve consensus, which you recently identified as a priority, while allowing for a range of views or even dissent? We don't see many dissenting votes in the official statements, even when more spirited discussions are noted in the minutes after the fact. How do you avoid groupthink and avoid a higher risk of a policy mistake? Thank you.
So I think if you listen to, and you all do, listen to my 18 colleagues on the FOMC, you'll see that we do not lack for a diversity of voices and perspectives. We really don't. And it's one of the great aspects of the Federal Reserve System. We have 12 reserve banks around the country where they have their own economic staff, not the people who work here at the board. They're different people, and so each reserve bank has its own culture around monetary policy and its own approach and that kind of thing. It guarantees you a diversity of perspectives. So I think that the perspectives are very diverse. But and in terms of dissents, you know, we have dissents, and you know, a thoughtful dissent is a good thing. You know, if someone really makes you think, that kind of thing. But all I can say from my standpoint is I listen carefully to people. I try to incorporate their thinking, or do everything I can to incorporate their thinking into what we're doing. And I think many people, if they feel that's happening, you know, that for most people, most of the time, that'll be enough. But I'm not. I mean, it's not, you know, frowned upon or illegal or against the rules or anything like that. It just is the way things come out. And I mean, I think we have a very diverse group around the table, frankly, more diverse than it used to be in many dimensions, more diverse both from the obvious, gender and demographic ways, but also we have more people who are not PhD economists. So we have people from business and law and academia and things like that. So I think you actually do have quite a good diverse perspective. I think all of us read these stories about a lack of diversity, and we look around the room and say, I don't understand. I really don't understand what they're talking about. So, but I get the question though. Thank you very much.
Is he done? Yes. Finally, Jerome Powell is done. Alright, well, we do have lower highs ever since that rejection of 507.50, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was high of day. Very insane move. We were basically under the 501s most of this morning, consolidated around 501, 502 for a while, and then from the news of interest rate and Powell and the questions and all that good stuff, led price up to 507.50, which is just wild. Since then, we made an inside bar on the 1 minute, rejected with an outside bar, or bearish engulfing as you probably will call it. And since then, we've had nothing but lower highs. So we definitely have some selling pressure popping up around 507.50. But bulls definitely took flight today. Everybody was drinking Red Bull. I need to lower my volume mixer again. And then change this to this. Excuse me. But I think I'm going to end the stream here. I just wanted to make sure we all got to watch the event together. I had a lot of people request for me to be here for, to actually see the event through. But just make sure you guys are being careful. My daily posts that I've been watching for. Sorry if you guys hear the lawnmower outside. God, that is loud. Hold up, wait for it to pass. All right. So what we're waiting for now is basically either a rejection or retake of this orange or gold level. If you want to make this easier to look at, we'll go to the light work chart. But basically a rejection of this area is not a good sign. That would be very, very, very bad. That would lead us back down to the lows, most likely 500. But right now we have to also take notice of what's happened since we've rejected here. We've pushed down into here. We've made a good move, made a good low, higher low, just like we saw today on the smaller time frames. Moved up again, good rejection. So we're still maintaining that angle back up. But at the same time, what did we just do today? We just put in another higher low. So at the same time, we're kind of squeezing. So it really is. And when I say squeeze, I really do mean squeeze. And when I say squeeze, I mean like a balloon that has too much air in it. When something is going to a point in which it cannot return. I mean, it can't keep squeezing. Something has to happen eventually. Once it gets to an angle like that, it has to pop. So we're going to see something pretty soon. Right now, though, we are getting a rejection of kind of a perfect spot for the daily time frame to look a little bit more bearish. So if you do see a good close and rejection under this on the smaller time frames, we have to expect that we're not completely out of the woods yet for bulls. But at least we have some good levels to go off of, and we'll definitely clean them up tonight. I'll clean them up tonight, and then I'll repost them, and then we'll go over them in the morning if you guys want. Jeez, that lawnmower is loud. And yeah. I'll make sure I have all this stuff cleaned up. We'll probably delete pre-market low. We'll probably delete 502. We'll probably delete this zone. Yeah, let's just do that now. We're going to delete previous day close, pre-market low. I'm going to delete this zone because it was used. Deleting previous day control point, even though you probably could use it for tomorrow. And then I'll have to redraw that whenever the day is done. Leaving that zone. And yeah, that's it. We'll probably redraw a zone kind of down here. The low of day to the top of the last red candle there. Extend that over, and that gives me a demand for tomorrow. And if you want to add the levels, you can. You don't have to. Having the visual aid there is nice as well. So that'll be a good short-term demand to watch out for. We also have, I don't normally mark this stuff, but I really do want to mark like this high or maybe this high or something. But marking this high or low here would be smart. Marking this would be pretty smart. So if you want an extra level there, you can. But I'm going to leave it as is. And then when the day is done, I'm going to go back through here and add the 50% control point, which is most likely going to give me the level that I'm looking for there, which that's not it. That's just it right now. But we'll see what's up with that. And then when the day is over, I'll also go back here. Let's say it ends like this. I'll probably add the supply high of day. So make sure to see where we add that. But right now, this looks like what the chart's going to look like tomorrow. Unless we just see a pump the last 36 minutes of the day. But I'm going to end the stream there, guys. Thank you guys for having me for so long. We were here for a little over 6 hours. Oh, I mean, we weren't here the whole time, but we were here for a while. But thank you guys again for everything, the updates, the gains. You guys had some crazy gains, and honestly, I'm just impressed. Seriously, if you go through Trade Floor or Results and Review or even the YouTube stream, there's a lot of people in here who killed it on their own. I'm not even going to sit here and be like, I called it, they followed everything I said. Now, we got a bunch of leaders in here, people that do things on their own. And we have a lot of people kicking ass on their own on Jerome Powell Day, which is kind of crazy because, you know, these are hard days. They can be simple, but they're very difficult. So really am proud of a lot of you guys today, seriously. A lot of you guys killed it. But see you guys later. Thank you again. Thank you for the long stream, and I'll see you all later.